Good day, every single chess fan all over the world, also in the Europe. This is Latvian Grandmaster Artur Nations, and I'm back with the second day of the 54th Biel Chess Festival. Today we play the rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So yesterday we had a really amazing Chess 960 tournament, so maybe very quickly before the participants start their tournament of the rapid section, I'll remind you what happened yesterday. So here's the result of yesterday's Chess 960 tournament. It was won by Kirill Alexeyenko by 4.5 points out of 7, by half a point ahead of Maxime Lagarde, Boris Gelfand and Gata Kamsky. But there was a little drama in the final round because there were two leaders, 4 points out of 6. Unexpectedly, Boris Gelfand with white lost against Noel Stoddard. Alexeyenko himself was completely winning right after the opening, having 2 pawns up. He somehow almost managed to lose this game, but still eventually he made a draw, and that secured him a very nice tournament victory. Right, so today we continue with the rapid tournament. The system is as follows. The participants, they're playing 7 rounds, round robin. The time control is 15 minutes plus 5. And this tournament is a part of the triathlon tournament. As you can see, the players are still not there at the board. They're going to start in something like 5 minutes. Okay, the board has disappeared, but okay, don't worry, it's going to come back. So we are going to start with the game of, I think it was, let me double check it, Winston Kiemer against Maxime Lagarde. Yeah, let me find the board. I think they changed it. Changed the order of the moves. Yeah, let me try to find the board. So it's going to be a little smoother, at least I hope so, than yesterday. Okay, here we go. I found them. And yeah, yesterday we had some hiccups. For that, I apologize. The first day it's quite difficult to run for everybody. The Biel organizers are doing their best to ensure that you are getting the best viewing quality. And there were some technical issues, etc. But hopefully everything is resolved by today, and you can enjoy watching this tournament and also the commentary. So let me remind you that you can, of course, ask some questions in the chat. So I'm monitoring the chat, so I might not be able to answer every single question. I'm looking at my own channel. I'm streaming at, if you're interested, you can check it out, Twitch channel. I just posted in the chat. If you want it, you can have a look at it. But also it's being relayed on Biel YouTube channel, and please give it a follow if you can, and also on the Biel's Facebook page, so I can see every single comment. I might just not have enough time to respond to every single comment. So if you have some interesting question you would like to ask, or something's not clear, or maybe you see there's something super exciting going on in another game and I'm missing it for whatever reason, just mention it please in the chat, and I'll try to make it work. Right. Yeah. So like I said, this rapid tournament is part of the Grandmaster Triathlon, the main event of the Biel Chess Festival. There are 8 invited chess grandmasters. 4 of them were actually playing in this year's World Cup in Sochi, which is still ongoing. Today starts the 5th round. And 4 of them were playing there, got as far as round 3. So the field is super strong. And for example, this game, the young German talent Winston Kiemer is only 16 years old, but he is already playing the 2nd time in the Grandmaster tournament. And in the rapid section, like I mentioned, it's part of the triathlon. What does it mean? It means in the classical tournament, every single victory for a participant is going to be counted 4 points. Every draw is going to be 1.5 points, and every loss is 0 points. In rapid section, it's slightly less. So in rapid section, it's 2 points for the victory, 1 point for the draw, and 0 points for the loss. And in the blitz, it's just as normal. I mean, 1 point for the victory, half a point for the draw, and 0 for a loss. So naturally, nobody's interested to lose. But I would like to mention that I think it's a great idea by the organizers to increase the importance of winning a classical game. So yeah, so that's what they should be looking for. So that's the overall score which is gonna count. And I think I forgot to mention it yesterday, is that the results of Chess 960, it doesn't count as part of the Grandmaster Triathlon, but in case there's going to be a tie of points, the higher scorer in Chess 960 is going to take the higher place. So it does matter what they played yesterday. It wasn't only for fun. So it's going to be also serving as a tiebreaker in case there's going to be a tie of the triathlon in the end. So today we are playing the Rapid Tournament. On Tuesday starts the classical tournament between the same 8 players. Also in parallel, there's going to be MTO, or the Masters Tournament of 9 rounds, which is also going to start on Tuesday. And they're going to finish at the same time. Right, so Lagarde plays the Dutch defense. How comes I'm not really surprised? Yeah, because, wait, I think I have selected the wrong small screen. Yeah, incidentally, there were 2 Dutch defenses. I think that was Gatakamski's game. We're following, he also played the Dutch defense. I mean, why not? I mean, I'm a big Dutch defense fan myself. I played it basically all my career, so I definitely approve of this. So maybe let's check first what was played between the players. Yeah, very quickly, maybe d4, g6, b3. You know, this b3 is quite a tricky move because normally there's a number of ways so you can play against the Dutch defense. You can play c4, b4, knight c3 is one idea. b3, bishop b2 is quite smart because white is still not showing all of his cards. He wants to position the bishop against this terrible dark square bishop on g7 and then seek maybe the right moment to play c4. So this is still quite interesting and playable. And that was played quickly by the young German. Now b6, I don't recognize this move. But okay, maybe my knowledge is a little bit outdated. I think normally how they play here is something like d6. d6, b3, d6, bishop b2, c6. And now white plays something like c4. There's a typical move to play queen e8, knight e7, and at the right moment to push e5 and form a strong pawn formation in the center. So let's say something like knight c3, e5, d takes, and black appears to be doing more or less okay. So that is the typical idea. But Maxim, he played here b6. Now this move I don't recognize, but probably there is such a move. I just haven't played it myself. Now bishop e7, c4, e6. Yeah, that looks quite interesting. Knight c3 and knight e4 is a very common idea because this knight on f6 is very often in Dutch defense positions a useless piece. So the point is, let's say if black is not careful and he plays d6, he needs to watch out for a move like either knight g5 right away. For example, knight g5, the pawn on e6 is under attack, and after bishop takes on g2, he needs to make sure that knight e6 doesn't work. I guess it doesn't work right away. So knight e6, there's going to be, I don't know, queen e7, knight f8, and bishop f1, and because the white rook was standing on f1, it doesn't really work. But for example, after the trade on g2, white can simply take it and think about moves like d5, effectively winning control of the e6 square, or something like d5, knight e6. Now this is slightly annoying, maybe f4, take on g7, and open this long diagonal. So that's the reason why in Dutch defense, this knight is very often traded. I know this because I played it a lot of times myself, although not with b6, bishop b7. So black just trades the knight. Now, a very typical idea, again, is to take and think about the right moment to play d6 and knight e7. So maybe queen e7 will have to be played in order not to miss any knight g5 ideas. And a very common idea for white as well here is to think for the right moment to play d5, to close this bishop on b7. So now, I guess, Black is working with the details. So for example, something like queen e7, he needs to understand what happens after the typical d5. Is this even playable? So for example, d5, e5 probably is not so great because white just takes the pawn, the knight on e4, and effectively winning the pawn on e4. So let's say black decides to take on c3, take on c3, take on c3, e5. These positions are usually sort of considered to be better for white. Okay, I already see a move like rook e3, pinning the queen, and after d6, knight e4 already looks quite unpleasant for black. So this is something that Maxim, I believe, is working right now, and he played d6. So he's definitely watching out for knight g5. Now, this pin is close because the knight stands on e4, and after knight e4, I'm pretty sure he's going to recapture the bishop, and queen e7, knight e7. They are pretty standard moves. So I think Maxim has nothing to be worried about. He should be feeling confident about his position. So maybe while Vincent is thinking about his position, let's check what else is happening here. Let's switch over also to the game of Noel Studer against Gata Kamsky. Here they are. And again, it's a Dutch defense, so the first round appears to be the round of the Dutch defense, most notably the Leningrad system. And Gata has been an expert in the Dutch defense for many, many years. I know this because I've studied some of his games when preparing myself the Dutch Leningrad system. It's a very, very interesting sharp line, very often underappreciated. But those who play it, they definitely appreciate it. It allows black to create a lot of interesting, unusual struggle. So all of this is completely normal. Yeah, so rook e1. Now this move, I don't think it's the main move, but I imagine that Noel is very well prepared. I played against Noel myself. Last time I believe we played in 2000, I don't remember, 2020, maybe Bundesliga, German Bundesliga. And Noel is usually very well prepared. He has his own ideas, his own preparations. And as far as I know, b4 here is the main move. But if Noel plays rook e1, probably this means that he is ready for this. And one of the ideas is to play e4, but usually white is not really rushing with this. For example, let's say after knight a6, which was played by Gata in the game, e4 immediately maybe is not really so great. So after e4, knight e4, takes. Now this is a very common idea. Now black can play immediately bishop f5. And the question is, why exactly did white open the e file? Because black has opened the f file. So rook e2 or rook e1 already looks slightly dubious for white because something like bishop g4 already could become a problem. Now, I don't really remember the actual theory. Maybe there was rook h4 to be played here, but black should be doing pretty much okay. So that is the reason why Noel played a3. And he is thinking about e4, but first he makes sure that the knight on a6 is not jumping to b4, because after this trade on e4, trades a lot of trades, bishop f5, knight b4 could be a problem, so a3 is a very nice idea. Gata played knight e4, and this makes a lot of sense because the rook on e1 now doesn't such a great impression because white's idea was to push e4, and knight e4 greatly stops it. So this typically is good for black. So, I don't know, something like knight g5, d5, and black has managed to just defend the pawn on e4 just in time. So instead, knight e4, queen b3 was played, but you know, the more I'm looking at this position, I have a feeling that Noel is doing something wrong here because me being a Dutch defense player, I feel that black is achieving exactly what he wanted. So king h8 is a very typical idea to remove the king from the potential discovered check. Bishop e3 takes, and e5. Now that is a very common idea. Black has traded away this sort of useless Dutch defense knight on f6, so knight e4, as you already saw in the game between Maxime Lagarde against Vincent Kiemer. He played exactly the same maneuver. This knight on f6 has to be traded. And now black played e5. I know very typical positions when white usually plays something like d takes, and then tries to use to his advantage this open b file. But the inclusion of a3, the inclusion of queen b3 and bishop e3, it leaves a rather strange impression. So I have a feeling that Noel slightly misplayed it. So I don't know what he misplayed it. a3, maybe it's fine. Knight e4, maybe. I don't know, maybe queen b3 wasn't good. It's difficult to tell. I mean, maybe something like queen c2 was better. Queen c2, knight c3, b takes. Now e5 meets something like e4. Perhaps. I don't know. Although the question, of course, is what happens after f takes, and there's still bishop f5. You know, I haven't really studied this position from the white's perspective because I've always played it from the black. So black's plan is always very much straightforward. So Gatak has all the reasons to be happy after the opening. I'm slightly surprised actually by Noel because I thought he's well prepared. He usually is very well prepared in the opening, and definitely the Dutch defense wasn't a surprise to him, but I guess he just mixed up something. Now, let's check the third game, which is still proceeding. Yeah, of course I'm monitoring your chat, you're writing there. I just, like I mentioned, I might not have time to answer all of it because I do have to do the commentary for the games, but I'll try to peek in from time to time to see what you're saying there. So don't be feeling alone. I'm reading you. I'm reading you. So hello to everybody who is watching the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying this. And yeah, let me just switch to the next game. So Nikol is playing against Kirill Alexienko, yesterday's Chess 960 winner. Yeah, let me just prepare everything. There they are. And yeah, yesterday, as I already mentioned, Alexienko won the tournament, but not really as confident as he probably was hoping for, because in the last round, probably he thought already the things are over. He was getting these extra pawns in the endgame, and then suddenly, I don't know what happened. I don't know, maybe he relaxed a little, maybe the nerves, I don't know what happened. But he almost lost the game. So he managed to salvage the draw, and he was the deserved winner. But I think this should ring some kind of alarm bell that you cannot relax so quickly. So every single game has to be fought until the end. And definitely Kirill knows this. And he's very much determined to show his best chess today. So he's playing with black. Nikol is playing with white. Let me perhaps start from the start. How did they start to play this? B3, bishop b2. You know, this is actually a tribute to Adiban Bhaskaran, another fellow Indian grandmaster who has written a chessable course, a complete repertoire for b3. You know, I cannot say how good it is, but it has some legendary status, at least on Twitter. I've seen some tweets, for example, by Nishgiri, etc., that this course is so good that everybody's playing it, and I imagine that every single Indian GM is feeling obliged to repeat it, because b3 normally is supposed to be not a very serious opening, and usually it's reserved for blitz, sometimes rapid, but at the classical chess usually nobody's playing it. But still, I mean, Adiban Bhaskaran, he wrote this course, and Mikhail playing it, it doesn't really surprise me. So I guess he has read it, he knows it, he has some ideas here. Yeah, there's a number of ways how black can try to play this. Bishop f5, e6. I'm not sure if I can add something here. All of this makes perfect sense. Yeah, maybe here. That black doesn't take on e4. Because after d takes, d takes, black just parted ways of his central pawn. And after something like bishop h7, e5 might be a problem. For example, this pawn on b7 could be under attack. Oh, just a second. So that's why, I'm sorry. So that's why bishop h7 is a very typical maneuver. Knight h3. I guess the idea is to prepare to play 4e5. and not to position the knight on the traditional f3 square. I can understand that. a5 is a very typical idea for structures when white plays or black plays. b3, bishop b2, knight e2. Usually the other side can try to bother the structure here by playing a5. And if now white plays a4, he needs to understand what happens with the b4 squares. So for example, something like knight a6, knight b4, how do you get rid of this knight? So c3 would create a lot of weaknesses and effectively close the bishop. So that's why after a5, a3 is usually the way to go. So that after a4, white can respond with b4. Now c5, black is still preparing to play a4. This is a very common idea. Castle, castle, knight f4, knight c6, takes. White is seeking some targets. I imagine the alternative here was try to close the center by e5, rook e1, and I don't know, knight h5 something, but I'm not sure how really dangerous that is because black is feeling quite secure at a king set. So that's why he took on d5, created a potential weakness on d5 that he can pressure. a4, black continues his plan. And this is interesting. Bishop takes. Now this pawn on d5 is a weakness. Rook b1, knight e7. They already played this so quickly. Queen d7. Now black protects the pawn on b7, c4, and bishop g5. Let me double check it if this is the position. Yep, this seems to be the position. They're playing it right now. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this. They played it so quickly. Although Alexienko already is down the clock 4 minutes. Let me resume it. So bishop f6, that is interesting. Knight e7. You know, maybe knight e7 was not the best move. Maybe black had to play a takes on b3. After a takes on b3, rook takes on b3, and now he could try to play the same idea. Can he play knight e7 here? Now I'm wondering about this. Knight e7, rook b7, rook a3, and knight h5. Oh dear, this is looking so dangerous. Yeah, this is looking so dangerous for black. This knight on e7 is feeling really bad. Yeah, the engine is saying here, I see that what this engine is saying here, instead of knight e7, the engine says that c4 apparently is very good. I mean, from afar, it's not very obvious. Because d takes, knight c4, there would be queen d1 and bishop takes on c1. You have to see this from afar. So apparently Kirill didn't see this. And after c4, now this was the position. Rook takes on b7 already is a problem. Bishop g5 he played. Takes. Queen takes on a4. And Alexienko already is down 2 pawns. No, wait, how many pawns is it? Just 1 pawn. Just 1 pawn. But, you know, I think Alexienko is in a huge trouble here. Already in the first round. Because white does have the extra pawn. For example, queen a4, rook a4, and something like knight e4. How do you play here? Oh my goodness, this is so bad. So Nikol is playing a really powerful chess so far, and I imagine that he wants to prove what he can do because we know what he can do. We have seen him play. He not only played in the 2 very strong opens recently. He's shown so many great results. He crushed Serbian Open. I think it was 8 out of 9 or 7.5 out of 9. Then there's Silver Lake before that. This summer, the young Indian has been showing amazing results. So I imagine that his yesterday's score in the Chess 960 was a disappointment for him. So he's very much determined to show what he's capable of. And Kirill knows, of course, what Nikol Sarin is capable to do. And at the moment, Sarin is looking great to score the win here. Right, let me maybe switch to the final game, which I didn't show you yet. It's Alain Pichot against Boris Gelfand. Because we want to check every single game. For some reason, okay, everything is good. Let me Find them. In the meantime, no, I wanted to add something, but okay. In the meantime, nothing is happening. Just a second. Seeking where they are. Okay, found them. Here they are. So that is Alain Peixoto, the #1 Argentine grandmaster, against the chess legend Boris Gelfand, the former World Championship challenger, who yesterday shared the second place, finished third on tiebreaks in the Chess 960 tournament. Maybe very quickly, let's see what happened at the start. Knight c6, knight f6. So we have a Sicilian defense. Now it's the Sveshnikov variation, very popular. Yeah, ever since, I guess, who was it who first played it at the highest level? Was it Magnus Carlsen or Fabiano Caruana? I mean, this was one of the big themes of the 2018 World Championship match. I think it was Carlsen with black, Caruana with white, and this has become the hot topic. I mean, everybody wants to play this. I remember still something like Theory 10 years ago. People would mention that 95 is possible here. 95 is possible threatening with a fork, but black is just doing fine. After 95 e takes, black is just doing okay. And Theory has evolved already so much that this has become the main topic that people are researching and still trying to cause black some problems. Why is that? Mostly, I guess, mainly thanks to Magnus Carlsen, who has shown a lot of resources that in bishop g5, a6, knight a3, b5, knight e5, bishop e7, black is doing just fine. So yeah, this is again one of the major themes in this opening, and still some people are playing this, but black is supposed to be doing okay. So that's why this knight e5 is the current hot topic. There's also a4, a5 idea, as far as I know, trying to get to this weakness on a7. For example, a4, a5, bishop e3, force black to play knight a6, and then somehow try to get the knight to b6. Very deep game. Of course, black has a lot of freedom to do at the king side. But okay, I mean, Peixoto played quite the normal way. f5. Black is thinking about maybe some future ideas to play e4, knight e7, knight e5, and organize some hostilities at the king side. So f3 sort of stops that. a3. Now, I don't know if this is good. Probably. I guess because b4 allows black to play a5, and there's no a3. So this is impossible. The rook on a1 is under attack, and if white plays something like rook b1 or b5, he simply gives up the c5 square. So that's why I think a3 makes sense to prepare to play b4, although I'm not so sure if you needed a3, why you didn't play rook b1, but okay. So this is the position. Black is trying to trade off the dark square bishops. Probably hinting for a trade. Now white is thinking about to play b4. So the knight goes back. Now black was threatening to play knight g3. Maybe I'll just go to the final position. So this is the final position. You know, I think from a practical point of view, I don't care what the engine is saying. Yeah, so I see the small evaluation bar on the small live screen. It's easier to play for black. And why is that? That is the common strategy in Rapid and Blitz, that it makes sense to choose openings where you hold temporary initiative and where you're attacking the king. So for example, classical games, of course, you can keep the cool head and you understand, you sort of know that there's nothing and the engine gives you a solid plus or something. But in Rapid and Blitz, it's very difficult to see the difference. Which are the real threats, which are illusory threats. So Gelfand's position is simply easier to play because he's threatening with some mate ideas at the king side, some knight g3 something. And of course, the white has this big idea to pressure the weaknesses at the queen side. But that takes some time to understand properly the best way to get there. So I really like Gelfand's position. Let's maybe switch back. Yeah, there's a request to see the live board for Nikal Sarin. I can open it. It's okay. I'm going to open the small board for Nikal Sarn. He is completely winning. Now you can follow it. And instead, I'm going to follow probably the game which we started, Vincent Kiemer against Maxime Lagarde. And Kirill Alexeyenko resigns. I just saw Kirill resigning. So that's really terrible start for the Russian Grandmaster. Just a second. Okay, here they are. So there's the video feed. As you can see, both players are less than 5 minutes. Last time we left it. Okay, so maybe on the small screen I can select another game since Alexeyenko has been beaten. And there's some mess going on in Studer's game against Kamsky, so I'm going to put that on the small screen. Now you're going to see that. So Studer against Kamsky playing with white. As you can see, there's the live board. And we are going to focus on Vincent's game against Maxime Lagarde. So we left it here. And I had a feeling that Black is happy. Black is happy with the position. Now d5, okay, that is interesting. Changing the character of the position. I guess already it was necessary because this is a very annoying pin. Although I don't know, why don't you play knight d2? Knight d2, queen d2, takes, and something like queen e7. But okay, I mean, this is, of course, playable. And after knight e2, he played d5. Now the knight goes back. This square has been weakened, and we have some kind of stonewall position. Usually the dark square bishop for black stands on e7, but again g7 is sort of also feeling okay. This is a very typical idea to reroute the knight to d3. So this is exactly what Vincent does, although slightly differently. Now black is in perfect control here. I guess it's about equal. Now white created some hanging pawns, so let's maybe switch to the final position. He played bishop takes on e4. Oh my goodness, can you do this? Did he play this really? Cannot be. I refuse to believe this. Why did he play bishop takes on e4? That makes no sense. Just a second. I'm gonna reload the board on the small board and see if indeed he played it. And it is on the board. I don't know what happened there. What is this? So he gave up on bishop. I'm not sure why really. I understand there is some ideas with knight g4. Maybe knight x and f2. Knight x and f2, knight g4 check, and yeah, something is hanging on b2. I understand this. So you give up the dark square, but why this one? So queen e4, now there's d4, queen h1 check. Did he miss this move? Maybe he thought that d takes on e4 is the only move. I don't really understand what's happening here. What did he miss? I mean, maybe his idea was to play knight c3. And takes. d4 is a very easy move. So black is threatened with a mate, check. Just king h8. I don't follow. I don't follow. I don't know. There was apparently some kind of a glitch in Vincent's head. I mean, if this is indeed the correct translation, bishop takes on e4 makes absolutely no sense. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he was intending to play knight c3. Maybe he hallucinated something. This happens. This happens. Maybe he thought queen c, but queen c5 also is d4. Very strange. Very, very strange. So Vincent is down on the last 1.5 minutes. Maybe let's switch over to Studer's game against Kamsky because there's a huge mess. So queen c5, Vincent did play it. As you saw, d4 is a very easy move. And apparently now Vincent is going to try to hold this, but I don't like it. I definitely don't like it. So something was missed. All right, let's switch over to this game where I imagine that Noel is feeling much more confident than yesterday because he was pretty nervous at the start. I could feel it. I could even feel streaming from Riga how nervous he was because he was trying to prove that he can play at this level and just wasn't working. And maybe there was some bad luck involved, some bad decisions and time trouble. So he started 0 out of 5 and then he beat Sarin Nikhal. So that gave him some confidence and he outplayed Boris Gelfand the Black confidently. So right now, Noel sits 2 points out of 2 if we calculate what happened in the Chess 960 tournament, and he should be feeling confident. But now that I look at the clock, I take that back. So it's 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Knight f1 was played. It's quite interesting. I'm not sure how did this happen. How did White get 3 pawns out of c-file? One on c4 is under attack. I'm not sure how relevant it is. Okay. So materially wise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. White has all of the pawns. So it took me some time to calculate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, did I calculate it correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, is Black down 3 pawns? So definitely Kamsky didn't blunder anything. I have a feeling that was some sort of a sacrifice. Okay, so take 1 pawn back. Less things to worry about. So White is still up 2 pawns. You know, I'm not sure what to make of this position. There's some bishop f1 and queen f4 ideas. What to make of this? So for example, bishop f1, king f1, and something like... Probably it's nothing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, queen f... Okay, queen f4 probably is too slow. Bishop takes... Yeah, but this king is feeling sort of secure, right? And he plays it. He plays bishop takes on f1. Now, I don't know. I don't know about this. So I imagine that if you look at this position, that might not have been the best decision by Kamsky because this bishop on e5 is very strong. So if White plays knight g3, White is securing everything. But this bishop on e5 is dominating the board here and here. Wait, what just happened here? This didn't happen, did it? Sorry, let me reload the board. So there was a trade. There was a trade on f1. King f1. Rook f8 was played. Queen f7. Queen c4 check. And queen c5. Now rook takes on b7 probably is impossible. There's a check on f2. So Kamsky played the practical way. He decided to take the pawns. He was down 3 pawns, having sacrificed them. I mean, I didn't see what happened before, but... probably he decided, okay, I mean, enough is enough, right? I sacrificed a couple of pawns, it's time to take them back. b5, queen e7 is played on the board. I don't know what to make of this position. I think if White is going to lose the pawn on c3, the things could become really dangerous for White because Black can organize these passed pawns at a queen side. Noel is playing on seconds. No, this is not a good sign. This is not a good sign when you have to play such a sharp position with increment, and Kamsky is pushing for the mate. Rook takes on f2 already is a huge threat, and I think queen takes on c3 or bishop queen takes on a3 already is a possibility at some point. Now Kamsky is in charge. Bishop takes on d6, very cool move, and queen e5 is incoming. Oh dear, that's it. That is it. So Kamsky completely out-tricked Noel, completely. So the position was a big mess before, but f4, g takes, yeah. Always losing this. Queen h3, king g7 doesn't change anything. There's going to be a mate on h2. Or king g8. Not sure why king g8. Why not king g7? But okay. Now the question is, where's the win? Queen g5. No, wait. Queen g5 doesn't lose the rook. Where's the win? Maybe bishop c5 and queen takes on e4, sacrificing the queen. Is that possible? I don't know. So Kamsky played the practical, took the pawn on c3. As long as he's not missing a queen with something like e5, bishop d5, discovered check. Black is winning. King g7. Yeah, now he wastes his time. He should have played king g7 right away. This is why I didn't understand king g8. But again, in time trouble, it's very difficult to keep the cool head. Queen h5, queen c5. And that's it. And that's it. Yeah, Nola resigns. There's this modern handshake in the COVID times. Probably you have seen some of the weird handshakes from the FIDE World Cup. Really trending. Maybe let me very quickly switch the game of Alain Pichot against Boris Gelfand, and Pichot appears to be winning. Just a second. Very quickly, let me find their feed. So there it is. So there's the feed, and Pichot has... What does he have? What does he have? He doesn't have anything. I thought he has something extra. At least, I think he used to have before. Now, White is definitely still pressing here. He has an outside pass pawn, king c7. Maybe... Yeah, but what do you play here? You don't want to trade rooks, right? Because this will allow black to block the pawn. Maybe knight a4 something. I don't think there's going to be the rook trade. I have a feeling this is going to be a draw. Rook a8, rook b8, rook b7, rook a7, rook a6, rook b6. Or maybe after rook b6, White is not obliged to retreat with the rook, because the rook trade on a6 allows White to create this pass pawn. So Pichot is going to fight it for the win. Rook a1, rook b8, probably hinting at some rook e1 ideas. Rook e1. Rook e7, rook e8 is an easy move. I think black is holding this. Gelfand is too experienced. Yeah, rook a1, rook b8. I'm not sure what White can do here to make a progress. He's down on the clock. Maybe actually it's Gelfand who has some ideas here. So he plays king b7. He's going to try to play this. Oh, wait, did it blunder this pawn on d6? How do you protect it? I mean, king c7, rook a7 check. I think he just missed it. So Gelfand was under the impression that he can try to play this for the win because his opponent was so much down on the clock, so he decided to try his chance, but this actually might backfire. b6, and now White is again in the driving seat. Knight c3, bishop b5. This pawn on b6 is very, very powerful. So Gelfand wrongly felt the moment to try to play this for the win, and he misplayed it. b7... Okay, I didn't see that, so White trades the b pawn for the d6 pawn. White is still pushing because the d pawn is an outside pass pawn. King e7, the rook, probably rook c6 is the only move. Maybe king c5? No, probably rook c6. I would play rook c6 in a heartbeat, and he plays it. No, rook a6 probably. So Gelfand still needs to show. Still needs to show a very accurate defense. And this is, by the way, why they're really the best, right? It doesn't mean that you've been fighting the entire game to fight for the draw, that you are obliged to play for the draw the entire game. Gelfand felt that he was repeating the position. Of course, he was happy for the draw, but he felt he has a chance, that he might try to play this for the win. And he just chose the wrong moment to do it. So he's definitely not only passively defending. When he'll have the chance, he'll try to play it for the win. Both players will do. So White has all the rights to push this for the win. The d pawn is very powerful. Rook a6. Oh, I think I missed a couple of moves. Sorry about that. I think I'm gonna also switch it here so that I'm not missing anything by accident. 95? Wait, what about this pawn here? Is it gonna fall? Although I understand some bishop d5, rook a7, d7, we might see some kind of position where white has a bishop and a pawn for three pawns. Can you win this? Feels like a draw, to be honest. Maybe there's even a repetition. Rook e2 check. Gelfand is deciding this. How well is it doing on the clock? King f4, rook d2. What do you play here? What do you play? Why don't you play rook d2? I don't understand that. Was there something wrong with rook d2? That is a strange decision. I thought he had to repeat the position. Apparently he didn't like some. Just push d7. d7 and try to play this position for the win. And he does it. Bishop d7, takes. I don't understand this moment. Just a second. What happened here? Why Gelfand decided not to play rook d2? Was there something wrong? So rook d7 is going to be rook d5. King e5 is going to be a check. Maybe there's some bishop. I don't know. I don't understand. And we just missed it. The pawn on the5 falls as well. Did he blunder this? I don't understand. So now Gelfand is losing. For sure he's losing this position. Now black's only chance is try to trade off the remaining pawn on f4, but yeah, there's even a mate incoming, probably some rook h file. I mean, some rook d3, rook h3. Is that a mate? I think that's a mate, right? Rook d3, that's it. Clock. What happened there? Somebody lost on time. Just a second, let me see who lost on time. I think it was Gelfand who lost it. Yep. Boris Gelfand loses on time. So Alain Peuchot scores a very important victory. And maybe all of the games are finished. Maybe all the results, by the way, are decisive. I think I can try to switch to this result. Just a second. I don't think it's updated yet. And that's it. There you see the results. So Gatakamsky scores 2 points. So they're using this scoring of Grandmaster Triathlon. Again, let me remind you, in classical tournament, every victory counts 4 points. Every draw is 1.5 points. But in rapid section, every victory is 2 points. So this is not only a rapid tournament, this is a part of the 3 tournaments. Every victory is 2 points. Every draw is 1 point. And so Kamsky won Studer. Very tense game. Maxime Lagarde outplayed Vincent Kiemer. This very strange. I think I'm gonna check that game again. Very strange. Bishop takes an e4. I don't know what happened there. Then Nikhil Sarin was playing against Kirill Alexienko and played very confident game, and Alexienko simply didn't get out for the opening, and he played b3 first move. And Alain Peuchot outplayed in time trouble Boris Gelfand. Gelfand wrongly felt at the moment that he can try to decline the repetition. I think Peuchot already was sort of considering to do this, and he was punished spectacularly. Still, I believe he had decent chances to make a draw, but he did not. So now let's check what is happening in the second round. In the second round, there's going to be a fight between Alain Peuchot is going to play with white color against Noel Studer. Boris Gelfand is going to meet Sarin Nikhil. Alexienko is playing against Vincent Kiemer. And Maxime Lagarde is going to play against Gatak Kamsky. Also, let me check the rankings. As you can see, there are 4 leaders after the first round. Probably I don't need to show you this, but still, this is something we are going to revisit it. There's 7 rounds today. It's a round-robin tournament between the players. And everything is still ahead. All right, really, really exciting games. The next round starts exactly in 5 minutes. So we do have time, I believe. And I can also prepare for the next game. Just a second. Let me again reload the board. No. I don't know why it's not working, but okay. Let me try it here. No. Okay. I guess they're gonna fix it. Just a second. All right. All right. Yeah, in the meantime, I hope you're enjoying the stream, the coverage of the Biel Chess Festival. So this is the 54th edition of the Biel Chess Festival. And today, the 8 participants, the 8 invited grandmasters displaying out a round-robin tournament between each other. So there's going to be 7 rapid games. They play the first round. 4 winners, no draws. No draws. And the classical games, they start on Tuesday. And the Blitz tournament, the third part of the triathlon, is going to be played on the next Saturday. Right. All right. All right. I see that. Let me check it. Nope. Why is it? For some reason, it's not working. I don't understand why. Okay, let's wait a little. So Gata Kamsky is ready for his game. Again, he plays with black. Is he gonna play another Dutch defense? Now this would be something, wouldn't it? Today, every single player is gonna play 7 rounds. So it's a round-robin tournament of 8 players, and that means 7 games because you're gonna play against yourself, obviously. Yeah, I don't have the feed for the games for the moment. Let me check it. I don't understand what is happening. So there's a little glitch. I see the games, but I cannot get to them. Okay, let's just wait. There's a question. They're shaking hands or doing fist bumps. You know, I don't know. It really depends on the player. I mean, I'm a man of typical shake. I just like to shake, but weird things happen when there's a fist coming in front of you. So that's like you've probably seen some memes from the FIDE World Cup. There's a shake and there's a fist coming, and so that's a little weirdness are happening. But that is supposed to be the practical, right? The safe approach to greet the opponent because you have to greet. Not sure why they're not shaking the elbows or like Japanese, but the fist bump is considered to be sort of the unwritten rule. All right, I think I got it. So we're gonna start with Kamsky's game. Just a sec, let me switch it. Here we go. And we can follow it. Wait, what? No. Here we go. Here we go. E4 c6. So Gatakamsky plays Karakan, and the clocks appear to be wrong. Okay, that's a minor glitch. Don't worry about this. All right, so Maxim appeared to be slightly surprised by Kamsky's choice of playing the Karakan. Maybe he was trying to remember this. The advanced variation of e5. Okay. h4. Now, h4 is very nice. So the idea is to play at some moment g4. For example, e6 already is a big mistake because you can play and should play g4. Bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, h5, and that's it. Say goodbye to this bishop. So obviously, Kamsky knows this. h6. My memory is a little hazy here. I don't know, how do they play here? I think there's some g4, bishop h7, e6 ideas. Maybe I'm just mixing it up. And after f takes, I don't remember. Maybe it was bishop d3, maybe it was knight f3. And black might try to play after h6, bishop g4, bishop d7. Bishop d7, e6, c5, knight c6, and still threaten to play h5 and sort of undermine white's approach. But okay, all of this didn't happen. This didn't happen. So instead, bishop d3 was played. I mean h5 first. No, wait, what? Yeah, bishop d3, takes, e6, h5. Not sure what to make of this position. h5 is the idea. Try to bother this pawn on g7. Maybe some rook h3, rook g3 ideas. Maybe some queen g4 ideas. But having such a fixed center, I'm not sure that black should be really concerned here. Oh, just a second. Yeah, I think I have a minor issue here. Just a sec, let me check it. All right, that should be... that should be done. All right. c5 was played. The idea is to play knight c6 and try to pressure these pawns on d4 and e5. I mean, maybe Maxim is still within preparation. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't recognize this position, but it doesn't mean anything. D takes, bishop takes on c5. Probably white is going to play something like d4, typical queen g4, knight f3, etc. And try to bother this pawn on g7. So we reach some kind of French position. So if white is indeed going to play d4, the bishop goes away. Black, characteristical for the advanced variation, the French defense, e4, e6, d4, d5, e5. He has traded this terrible light square bishop on c8. So he has nothing to worry about, seemingly. Okay, they're still thinking. Let me check some other games. If there's... oh, there's something. Boris Gelfand against Nikhil Sarin. Check out this position. Let me find the feed for you. So this is the Bogovshin variation, as far as I know. Let me check it if it's indeed correct. Yeah, queen c2 b5. This is a4. Wait. I wanted to say that this is the Bogovshin variation because even Bogovshin, he was a Russian grandmaster who invented this idea to play b5. But I think it was, maybe I'm just mixing it up. The idea is the same. Yeah, maybe it's not the same because I think Bogovshin's idea was to play b6. He unfortunately, tragically passed away some years ago. And the idea was that after knight e5, black plays queen d4. queen d4, bishop a8, queen e5, and there is the typical idea that queen takes on c4 is met by bishop a6. Now this I remember, but I don't remember about b5, to be honest. It looks very similar. a4, b4, knight e5, queen d4, bishop a8, queen e5. So the idea is exactly the same. Although white has included a4, b4. I'm not sure for in which favor is it, but the idea is the same. Maybe this was the predecessor of the line. I mean, I don't know. So we have this position. Bishop f4, bishop f3 appears to be huge theory. And knight d2. So what we can make of this position, black has a powerful light square bishop as soon as it lands on b7. Some temporary initiative. White has an exchange for 2 pawns, but this pawn on c4 most likely is going to be lost. So if white manages to win the pawn on c4 and kick off black's temporary initiative, he's simply going to be up an exchange. Exchange for a pawn, but a pawn on c7 is not really maybe so important. So the question is, who is right? I have no idea. I think this is a very sharp position. So the best player will win it. Knight d2. You know, I see some choice of an engine. I'm not sure what to make of this. Engine is saying that e5 here is a move. Now this is a stunning idea. Bishop e5, knight c6. So if the bishop goes away, there might be some knight e4, knight e2 ideas. And after knight takes on c4, bishop a6, knight e3, queen. You know, humans don't play like this. Unless this is a big preparation, I don't see Nicole picking this up. So the bishop on e5 is sort of lost because bishop c7, there's still knight e4, and apparently the only move is bishop g7. King g7, knight f5, king h8, knight e7, an equal position. But how do you go to this position in rapid game? I don't see that happening. So the c5, knight c6, I mean, it takes some imagination. So let's see if Nicole is able to come up with this. I just saw this line of an engine. I'm not even pretending I discovered this idea. I just see the top choice of an engine, which runs off chess.com. But maybe this idea is known from another line, and if he knows the idea, then it's easier. But when you have to invent something out of the blue sky, very difficult. So you see Nicole is thinking about something. Maybe he's trying to remember a typical idea. Now that would be something. Now that would be something if he would be able to pick up this move e5. I mean, that's an incredible line. There's a question in the chat if bishop a6 works as well. Yeah, I guess it works. Bishop a6, knight c4. Well, it just collects the pawn. And still you need to understand, for example, what is happening after g5. So there's double attack. So it's not only for Sarin. He plays e5. Unbelievable. He plays e5. Oh my goodness. No, that is a sign of a genius. I mean, I don't know. I mean, either he knew the idea or he just found it on the board and he played it, oh my goodness, so quickly. Such an incredible move. There's some questions in the chat. What is Nicole's rating of in the rapid? I mean, you know, who cares? I mean, who cares, because he's only, what, 17 years old? He just celebrated his 17th birthday, and he is already about 2650. He is among the 100 best players in the world. His rapid rating is slightly lagging behind. Nobody cares, and definitely Boris is not looking at Nicole's rating and saying, okay, this is a 2-400 guy in rapid, I should outplay him, right? No, absolutely not. It just doesn't matter. A lot of players haven't had practice in the rapid. Wait, but Gelfand played something, didn't he? I don't see this move being played. Wait, let me just reload the board again. I don't know, there's a glitch. He played bishop takes on e5. Now knight c6, I guess. Very sharp game. So that's definitely a huge talent. I would say it's already bordering with the level of genius. To pick up this idea of e5, knight c6, incredible. Okay, let's just leave this game. I mean, it's super exciting. I'm gonna leave it on the small screen so that you can follow it. It's just incredible idea. Let's also check other games here, and we'll start with. I'll try to select the most exciting game. Alain Pechot against Noah Studer. Maybe this one. Here we go. So what was this? What was this? Let me check it. So it was knight c6, knight f6, e5. Of course, the Chelyabinsk variation, the Sicilian Sveshnikov by another name. And there we go again. Pechot repeats exactly what he played against Boris Gelfand in the first round. You remember this, right? He already played this in this very same tournament. So c4, bishop e7. This is a theoretical struggle. Knight c3, knight e7. I think Gelfand played f5 right away. f5, f3. I think this is what they played, if I remember correctly. So knight e7. Not sure what really there's a difference. There is a difference. White can play b4 right away by not wasting time for a3. f5 here and c5. d6. Now, based on how quickly Alain played this idea, I'm sure he knew the idea. He didn't come up out of the blue air. He knew the idea of this potential pawn sacrifice by pushing d5, c5 and e6, and the idea is to play knight e5, knight c7, knight e7, and the question is, how exactly is black going to continue here? So the question, okay, let's try this. Let's say c takes on b4, the obvious choice. C takes on b4, I guess knight e5. Knight c7 is a big threat. Maybe even knight f6 is a threat because the king is exposed. And that's it, right? I mean, white is just playing knight c7. I don't think this is great. Yeah, and that's why Noah played b6. That's a safe move, preparing to play bishop b7. But what do you do after knight e5? I still don't follow. How do you stop this knight c7 threat? Not sure. Maybe b6 wasn't really so great. Yeah, but what to recommend then? I don't know. This is a very powerful idea of c5. Maybe don't take it. I guess you have to take it. d6, b6, knight e5. And yeah, let me again reload the board so that I don't miss anything. Unfortunately, sometimes... No, knight e5 still hasn't been played. And Pechot is thinking about this. Maybe he's thinking about including some bishop c4 check. Maybe there's bishop c4 check. Oh, wait, bishop c4 check and bishop f7. There's also this idea. Check, and here. Win an exchange on the spot. So definitely, such a skilled player as Alain, he sees this idea instantly. I mean, if this would be a blitz, he would just play knight e5, knight e7 right away. But this is a rapid game. So he has still good 12 minutes on the clock. I think Noah's clock is wrong. I don't think he has... it's simply impossible to be so low on time. Definitely he is not flagged, but I don't think he has less than 1 minute right after the opening. I refuse to believe that. So Alain Pechot is now considering the ideas. What is the difference of knight e5, knight c7? What is the difference of bishop c4, bishop f7? Maybe there's something else. Maybe there's something smarter. So he already sees these ideas and he's just comparing them. Just trying to understand which feels better. All right, while Pichot is thinking about his opportunities, let's check the game of Kirill Alexeyenko against Vincent Kiemer. In the small screen, there's still Sarin's game against Boris Gelfand. You can still follow that. There we go. Looks to be some kind of Caracan. Let me check it. Yep, the advanced version of the Caracan. Knight d2. The idea of this move is to stop any early c5 ideas. For example, there is quite a typical topical line after knight f3, e6, bishop e2, c5, short castle, knight c6, knight c3. I think it was, maybe I'm mixing it up. I think it was queen b6, a bishop e3, queen takes on b2, and queen e1. Or maybe it was knight b5. Okay, maybe I just mixed it up. So this is considered to be sort of okay for black. And people who have started, who have studied the theory really well, they know these lines. And that's why there's this very tricky move, knight e2. So the idea is to play knight b3 as quickly as possible. And don't give this opportunity for black to play c5. Yeah, now with the knight on b3, it's not really clear if white should be overly happy with the knight on b3, because there's sometimes positions when the knight on b3 works well and sometimes not so much. So not such an obvious choice for white. So c5, c3. Okay. So white is thinking about potential attack at the king side, maybe something like knight h4, 4 or 5. And black would be willing to organize something at the queen side. Maybe even a long castle at the right moment might be a possibility. So they traded it. Alexeyenko is pushing for his idea. b3. I guess he was concerned about incoming knight a4. The pawn on b2 is quite difficult to defend because the bishop on h7 defends the b1 square. So that's why he plays b3. And that's it, right? I think this is the position. Yeah, this appears to be the position. And Kiemer is trying to understand. He's trying to understand what to continue here, because a long castle is probably not really a great idea here, because white would just play something like a4. So he's reaching for more. He played bishop a3. Bishop a3 is very tempting move to play bishop b2, and Alexeyenko instantly responded, b takes on c4. Now the question is what happens now after. What do you play here? B takes is the obvious choice, right? Bishop b2 being the threat, but black can still play d takes on c4 idea as well and play knight e5 to bother this bishop on e3 and the pawn on c3. So b takes on c4 apparently was played. I'm not sure about that, but okay. Bishop b2. What just happened there? What they're looking at? There's something which caught attention of both players. Maybe something fell from the sky, I don't know. Whatever it was, it's gone. And white had to sacrifice a pawn. Now, after f5, this bishop is closed. Bishop e2, rook b1, bishop takes on c3. White has lost a pawn, but the question is, where exactly is black gonna castle? A long castle, definitely not. should castle jumps under f6. And I think Alexyenko is not really overly concerned about the loss of the pawn. He knows he has compensation. So he's considering ways to continue. Of course, black has this healthy extra pawn, protected passed pawn, but with so many pieces on the board, with queens on the board, maybe it's not even so relevant. Queen c1. That's a great move. Attacking the bishop, so black doesn't have anything better than to trade it, because bishop a5 would be some queen a3 ideas. Bishop d2 was very quickly played. And white has a choice between bishop takes on d2 and queen takes on d2. I think Alexyenko is going to play bishop takes on d2, because this allows the bishop to transfer to b4 and keep the queen somewhere on f4. Now this is something probably I would by intuition play, but queen d2 probably is fine as well. I think he's going to play with a bishop. Yes, and he takes with a bishop as expected, so the bishop on b4 can be rerouted. And black is having some serious practical problems. So there's a question in the chat about the small board. That is Sarin's game against against Gelfand. Let's switch back to that very quickly. Wow. Now what is happening here? So we left it with this amazing idea. Engine was saying that e5 and knight c6 is playable, and I said it would take a genius to come up with this idea. And guess what? Sarin played it. So he played this idea. He played queen e6 exactly as recommended. Bishop g7, king takes on g7. Wait, something is wrong. Something is wrong. Knight c4, queen e6. Oh, wait, I don't think we had a look at queen e6. I was only having a look at bishop a6. Now, Engine says bishop takes on c7 for some reason is the only move, but it allows knight e4. So Gelfand definitely was concerned about that. He played bishop g7, rook d1, and now those bishops are monstrous. Oh my goodness, and e5 is a move he doesn't want to make, but knight e4 is a huge threat. e3, knight e5, bishop b7 is incoming, and check out this long diagonal. Wow. Just wow. I think, I don't remember Gelfand being so helpless with white. So Sarin has played really powerful games so far. He has two monstrous bishops on f6, on c8, and a passed pawn. I think this is just strategically winning for black. And Gelfand knows this. He's probably thinking, where did I misplay this? I mean, what about this crazy idea for black to temporarily sacrifice two pawns? And he plays queen takes on c7. Now, even most like, oh, this game is over. Bishop h3, queen e2, queen f3, the b pawn is gonna march. Yeah. Wow, incredible game. Incredible big game by Sarin. And I'm pretty sure that he's gonna win this game. So the two bishops are always dominating the rook, and the king is so weak. And the white king is so weak. Black king is weak as well, but there's no way that white can try to exploit it. So I guess if I'm white, I'm seeking some kind of a practical ways. I'm thinking maybe I can try to trick my opponent into an endgame. Let's say I trade off all the queenside pawns for, let's say, down a piece, but 4 pawns versus a bishop and 2 pawns that the king had some practical chances. Bishop g4 was played, rook b1 was played. Queen e2 is a very easy move, I guess. I mean, there's so many great moves. Maybe queen a2 as well, b3, b2, that's it. The b pawn even marches forward. Wow. All right, I'm going to keep this on the small board. so that you can follow it. We haven't really paid much attention to Maxime Lagarde against Gatakamsky, so let's go back to that game. Here we go. I mean, I really like how Kamsky is, his body language, he's sitting so cool, right? I mean, he's never nervous. I remember that yesterday he was playing this Chess 960 game against Lagarde, by the way, the same opponent he's playing right now. And he's so cool. And he has to defend this endgame rook against rook and bishop. He's not even slightest concerned. He's just sitting in this very cool pose, very slowly, like with a grin, making moves. And that takes a lot of confidence, a lot of practice to reach that kind of level. Because I imagine if I would be sitting at such a level tournament and very stressed game, I would be shaking, maybe nervous, I don't know. But that's why they're the best. Because keeping emotions at bay, it's a skill. I mean, this is something you cannot easily do. Might seem easy, it's not easy. I know this. I guess it depends on the character. So knight g3, yeah, I guess Kamsky has all of the reasons to be cool. Wait, what happened here? Knight e4, king e7, knight e6, knight g3. Black is crushing through, but there's nothing, right? There's just one check, is it? It's just a couple of checks. You can just take it. Take it, check, here, 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 knight e6. The king doesn't go back, just play king b8. Rook b7, king a8, that's it. This game is finished. So I don't know what happened. Is this actual game? Maybe this is not the actual game. Let me reload it. Maybe again the board is playing tricks. No, this is the actual game. Yeah, and Kamsky plays, bishop takes on g5, rook f7, king there. There's no draw. Unfortunately for white, he doesn't have access to rook c1, rook c8, because the rook on c1 will be under attack. And rook d3, rook c3 is just way too slow. And Maxime knows this. He knows he's busted. He's down the last seconds, about 20 seconds on his clock. His body language tells everything. Kamsky is waiting for the resignation. I know this pose. When you're waiting for your opponent to stop the clock. Rook b7. Oh, wait. No, wait. He's not waiting for the pause. The feed is simply not playing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the camera froze. I thought, how do you sit for so long? So cool. No, the camera is freezing. I don't know, unfortunately. It was running so well until this moment. Unfortunately, this cam froze. Just a sec. Let me know. All right, then let's check another game. So Alexienko has beaten Vincent Kiemer. We're going to check that game if you're going to have time. Alain Pichot has beaten Noel Studer right after the opening with a spectacular idea. So I guess we have to follow Nikal's game against Gelfand. They're still playing. The camera is still live. So this is the position. And I can select on the small board Kamsky's game. But I don't think there's going to be anything. So black is confidently winning so that you don't miss anything. And Nikol is down on the clock. Only 1.5 minutes because he was so confidently ahead, something like 5 minutes. I guess he was unable to find a direct win. And I had already buried Gelfand. He is risen from the dead, so to speak, at least his position. So this is exactly what I was saying, that he's seeking for some practical chances. He's sacrificing some material and trying to go for some kind of an endgame. Let's say 4 pawns against 2 at the king side, missing a piece, but some practical chances to hold this game. So Sarin could, of course, play bishop takes on f1 right away, but he's thinking maybe my bishop on h3 is actually worth more. Queen e2, and this is exactly what he does. He's going to try to go for the mate, but I have a feeling that he's misplayed it. Wait, his idea is to play rook d8, rook d2, is it? I think so. Rook d8, rook d2, or rook d1, and try to go for the mate. And maybe this is what Gelfand missed. Because now I think he's evaluating this, because obviously queen f3, there's going to be queen b7, and there's no mate on g2. I think he just noticed there's this idea as well. So he plays rook b1. He's willing to sacrifice. He's willing to sacrifice the rook on f1 because Gelfand's idea is first priority is not to get mated, right? This bishop on h3, it spells trouble. So he's willing to sacrifice an exchange and then try to hold the position. 2 pawns for a piece. So Sarin is not taking it. He plays rook. Which rook was it? Rook? I didn't see it. Rook c8. Queen f3 is still in there. But check the clock. Sarin is down to the last minute. I mean, he's super fast player, but can he do it? I mean, he was feeling like he is in complete control something like 5 minutes ago. Now Gelfand is fighting. He's not going to give up easily. In the meantime, Kamsky still has the extra piece. There's not really... Oh, wait. No, the game's finished. The game's finished, yeah. Kamsky has won his game against Maxime Lagardère. Rook c2, right? He's going for the mate. There's the saying, right? Mate is older than the exchange. I don't think white can play queen takes on a7. There's going to be queen f3, queen b7, and rook c6. So black declines the trade and simply delivers a mate. So white cannot do this. Yeah, what do you play here? So he played some random move a5. It's very difficult to suggest something really good for white. I mean, black didn't play a6. Yeah, and he played a6. Now, this is a typical blitz player. You just don't think too much about the position. Just play a good move. Protect the pawn. The queen on e2 protects the pawn on a6. And let your opponent find a very tough defense. And the Gelfand is thinking, how should I force my opponent to take this exchange on f1? Because the bishop at h3 is really bothering. I mean, he doesn't see how. Maybe queen h4, queen h5. How do you force it? He's simply running out of moves here. Queen e4, I believe I saw. Centralizing the queen. I think actually Sarin is going to go after the pawn on a5, something like rook a2. Rook a2 is a very easy move, because then at some moment you can take on f1, take on a5, and simply convert this position. Rook a2 is an easy move. I think he's going to do it. Now, he took an f1, and now he's going to play rook a2, I think. So he wasn't sure. Yep, he plays rook a2. So the pawn should be lost on a5. So there's no perpetual check because the queen on e2 is perfectly placed to stop any perpetual check ideas. Queen f5, protecting the pawn. h6. I think this is yet another typical blitz move. It doesn't change anything. It just forces your opponent to make a difficult move in time trouble. So Nikhil is an excellent blitz player. Everybody knows this. Rook c1. Now the pawn on f2 is protected. Gelfand is going to try to seek some kind of a counter plan. Queen b5. Check. Queen g5. There's nothing. But still, Gelfand has some chances. And this has really amazed me. how such a strong player like, for example, like Gelfand and other high-level players, they're always fighting until then. You seemingly think, well, okay, I'm winning this position. For example, like I announced that Gelfand is completely losing after the opening, but they're still fighting. They're finding these resources, practical problems. And it's one thing to get a winning position against such a chess legend like Boris Gelfand, but try to win this winning position because they're fighting. They're fighting and just not giving up. But I think Nikala is going to win this. Rook e4. Rook g4. The queen on d5 is protected. Rook a1 is incoming. That's it. It's time for resignation. I think. Did I miss something? Okay, rook e4 goes back. Rook f4, some practical problems. How do you defend the bishop? King g7, rook g5 was played. No, just trade it. Yeah, exactly. And there's never going to be perpetual check. But of course, Gelfand is going to fight it. Yeah, Sauron is going to win this. a5, queen b6, reroute the queen. And Gelfand, I guess he's thinking, should I still fight this? Should I resign? He knows that his probably best practical chance is gone. e4, e5, e6, try to expose the king, but even queen d5 is a very nice move. Or check on then queen d5, that's very powerful. Yeah, queen d5 is played, I see it on the board, and then the a pawn just is advanced forward. King g7 at some moment, maybe h5, king g7. But okay, apparently Boris is gonna try to fight it out. And I guess it's a good idea because there's the saying, right? I mean, you can never save a game by resigning early. There's so many people who have resigned early. Just fight it until the last bullet. And this is exactly what Gelfand is doing. He's just not giving up. Queen d7, bishop e7. I think they're easy moves. Although f5, f6, maybe there's some chances. f5. Oh, wait, that's a check. Bishop e7, prepare to play h3. That's a great idea. f5 has to be pushed. No, wait, he played king g7. Yeah, f5 has to be tried. It has to be tried. I mean, black wins the pawn on f5 and on e5, but yeah, this is a simple trade. Okay, I think this game is finished. Yeah, let's just follow until the end. There's not much to add. There's no perpetual check, no nothing. King h3 is queen e6, queen trade. You cannot do that. The king is cut off. Nice check. King h1, something like queen d2, cutting off the king now. Look with that confidence Sauron is playing the moves. He's like, there you go. Check the confidence in Sauron's moves. h5 is a good move to make sure that he's not missing any perpetual checks. King g7, bishop goes out. Queen h8 check is not to be missed. Bishop e7, by the way, would be queen h8 mate in one. But okay, it's not going to happen, of course. I think as soon as black will play something like queen g4, bishop e5, white will resign. King h3, queen e6, that is impossible. The king has to go to the first rank. Maybe Gelfand's idea is somehow try to trick his opponent, trade the queens, and because of the wrong corner, black cannot win. But there's no way that white can ever try to trade the pawn on g3 for the pawn on f7. Yeah, now bishop e5, queen g4 is incoming. I think Of course, when you're playing with what you're thinking, what is the appropriate moment to resign, right? Should I do it now? I mean, how comfortable am I feeling to play this position? I think f6, bishop e5, king h6. The game's gonna be finished in 2 moves. Okay, maybe it's even now. Yeah, I think he's resigning. Yeah, he resigns. Okay. So definitely he was fighting until the last bullet, but he knew it. He knew it a long, long time ago that he was completely lost. He was seeking some chances. He didn't find any because his opponent was merciless. All right. What does it mean? What does it mean for the standings? Maybe we can check them. Oh, maybe let's check the pairings first. So this was before this game. So Pichot scored a very convincing win. He beat Noah Studer right after the opening. I think we left it shortly before Studer's position collapsed. And again, the Swiss GM is at a terrible start. 0 out of 2. You remember, right? Yesterday he was starting the Chess 960 tournament with 0 out of 5. And today it's not better. It's not better. Also, a terrible start for the Swiss fans who are rooting for the local GM to perform well. Gelfand loses a game against Nikal, and I think that was right after the opening when the Israeli Grandmaster appeared to be in trouble. Alexienko strikes back and he scores a nice victory against Winston Kiemer. We didn't follow how exactly did the finish, and Kamsky outplayed Lagarde. Maybe very quickly I'll check Alexienko's game because I think I missed it. We left it right after the opening. About this moment when there was bishop b2, bishop c3, queen c. Around here we left it, and oh, sorry, you're not seeing it. Sorry about that. Yeah, around here we left it, and oh, knight c8 apparently was a terrible move. So white was threatening to play rook b6, a takes, and queen a8, and plus the black king cannot cast a short because there's gonna be a pin. And he played knight c8 to fix the problem, to play something like knight e7, and he got another. Bishop a4 is incoming. So that's why he played here. Check. Oh my goodness. Check. No, that's not the check, but check to the queen, I guess. His position completely collapsed. So there's f takes, there's rook f7, there's queen c5, there's rook b7, there's so many threats, and since black cannot connect the rooks, Kiemer just resigned. So this was a huge blunder. Not a very obvious one, but again the question is, what do you play here if you're black? So this rook takes on b6 is a big problem. Maybe something like queen a4. Queen a4 takes. I mean, not sure if white even has to take it. Yeah, probably not. I mean, something like queen d6 maybe. Try to activate the queen, maybe queen d7, and black somehow holds this, but it was already quite clear that white has a great compensation for the pawn. Right. Alrighty, so let's also check the standings. The standings after... Wait, this is not it. This was after the first round. And after the second round, as you can see, Gata Kamsky, Sarin Nikhal, and Alan Pisha, they're the 3 leaders. 4 points out of 4, meaning 2 games each. Because in the rapid section, every single game is valued by 2 points. Every draw is 1 point. And still, we don't still have a single draw. There's no draw. These people are not playing a draw here. They're here to fight. So far we have played 8 games. First 2 rounds are finished. This is a round-robin tournament of rapid. No draw. No draw so far, so there's a bloodshed coming. All right, let me check if... So the leaders... Maybe I can find the leaderboard. Yeah, I think we're going to start with the game Sarinikal against Alain Pichot. Because this is a leaderboard. And let me select the scene maybe. Here we go. All right. So the game should start in 4 minutes. All right. While the game is still starting, I guess we are gonna make a short break. I see we have indeed we have 4 minutes, so I'm gonna start a very, very short break. Not 5 minutes, maybe slightly shorter. I'm gonna be back with you shortly. And we are back with the games of the round 3 of a Biel Chess Festival Rapid Tournament. This is Latvian Grand Start to Nations, streaming live from Riga. And the third round has started. So we are gonna follow the game of Sarinikal against Alain Pechot. The game has started. And seems to be some kind of a London. Yeah, let me check it very quickly to double check it. Yeah, indeed. It's a London, started with knight of 6 then d5. And ever since Magnus Carlsen started to play this at the highest level, a lot of people, a lot of players seem to be obliged to repeat this opening in their games as well. And indeed, it's not really so easy for Black to prove that he has an equal game. So Queen v3 was played very quickly by Nikal, and now Alain Pechot is probably trying to remember. I know this look. Yeah. So you're thinking you're covering the head. He's definitely not sleeping. He's definitely not thinking about anything else. He's just trying to remember, what did I have a look at in this position those 3 years ago in this training camp? Something like this. Usually it's like this. So try to memorize your preparation and then just execute it. c4 was played. c4. So maybe I'll just mention that white probably doesn't really want to take on b6. Queen b6, a takes. Now, one of the typical idea for black is to play at some moment e6 and b4. So let's say white plays something like knight e2, b5, a3, not sure, maybe bishop f5, knight f3, e6. And if white is not careful, after b4, a takes on b4 is impossible. The rook on a1 is under attack. And after c takes, bishop takes on b4. After knight c6, b5, black's position already is to be preferred. So that's why white is not taking on b2, on b6. Queen c2, g6, knight e2. Now, g6 prepared to play bishop f5. Bishop g7. Okay, I was expecting actually bishop f5. Okay. Yeah, now you can see it's Sarin's time to think. Again, he was trying to remember. And there's the major difference between obvious chess 960 difference of rapid chess. There's still theory. And some games can take up to something like 20, even 30 most of theory. These are very serious people. They have studied the openings to some degree. Of course, sometimes they try to surprise their opponents, but they have really excellent opening preparation. So most of the part, they're just showing their skills, what to remember, what they've trained. And unlike in chess 960, where you have to start to improvise right at, I don't know, move 2, I guess, very, very soon. So one of the typical ideas for black here is to play something like knight c6, queen goes away, b5, b4, organize some kind of offensive at the queen. So I think this is what we're going to see. And in the meantime, I'm not sure what white is doing here. Is it b3? Or is it something like knight e5, maybe g4, h4, h5? Yeah, by the way, I think knight e5 and h4, h3 looks rather interesting. Sarin still appears to be in preparation. Rook fc8, that's a great move. Black is preparing to play queen d8 so that he can push b5 next. Should castle is played, now queen d8. And let's see where Sarin's preparation is going to take us. Queen d8 is easy move. Yep, and he plays it. The queen on d8 is perfectly situated. You're not sure where to position it because on a5, it's slowing down black's plan to push forward the pawns at the queen side. Yeah, I think black should be really confident with the position. He has a careful development. Rook e1. Aha, I think I see Sarin's idea. He wants to play bishop d1 and bishop c2. Try to trade off the bishops and push e4. So if black is attacking at the queen side with b5. Again, another easy move. I think bishop d1 is going to be replied instantly, and it did. A very common idea to play bishop c2, push e4, and see what happens. So I think Saran is definitely still within preparation. Bishop has definitely nothing to worry about here. So even if white manages to play e4, it's not like a big tragedy for black. So he's just trying to understand, should I push b4 right away or should I play a5? Actually, I think b4 right away makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. But then again, if he plays here b4, what do you do next? Because b takes, what do you do next? Because rook b8 is impossible. The bishop stands on a4. Where's your plan? And maybe in terms of the simplicity of the position, white's position is a little bit easier. Because white just plays bishop c2, e4 without too much thinking. a5 was played. Not sure about that, if this was necessary, but okay. It's a very typical move anyway. Bishop c2, I guess, will be played very quickly by Michal. He's just double checking the lines, and he did. He played bishop c2. All of these are very easy moves. And now the question is, how exactly is black going to respond against the e4 threat? Is it going to push b4? Or is it going to try to take on c2 first? Or is it going to try to block the center with something like knight e4? I don't know. Knight e4 actually, it looks rather interesting. Let's check it. I mean, knight e4. It visually looks okay. Knight e4, bishop e4. Takes. And the queen goes to d5. Now this looks really nice. It's something like knight e2, queen d5, queen c2. The pawn on e4 is under attack. Now you play f5, f3. Okay, maybe this is not so nice after all. So obviously that is a big decision. The thing is, I don't think black is really concerned that white is going to take on f5. For example, b4, bishop takes, g takes. I don't think this is white's plan because now e4 is impossible. This weakness on f5 simply doesn't matter because white cannot exploit it. Knight h4, e6. That's it. The pawn is protected. So this is a good moment to invest some time. And again, I think I already mentioned this before. Experienced players, they're feeling this moment when you have to play with the hand, so to speak. Like Sarin was showing his game against Gelfand. Sometimes you just play with the hand. Very easy moves. Don't focus too much on deep calculations and just play the moves which seem to you natural. But there's sometimes these moments when you have to make a big decision. Because it's a crossroads, essentially. There's a road to the left, there's a road to the right, there's the front road, there's the road back. And you have to make a big decision. Apparently, Pichot did it. So knight e4, he wasn't sure. b4 seems to be the only real choice. So it was either left or right, and that's it. So he took it. I don't know which side is it. Left, let's say. b4. Now, e4 looks very natural. So I'm sure that Saran is looking at this. e4, a lot of trades, and queen d5. Now, that makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe not queen d5, but this appears to be a very nice square for the queen. Something like queen e3, rook e1, maybe h4, h5, knight e5. Yeah, that looks something I would do. Okay, again, the board is slightly lagging. And no! Knight e5. Now that is a surprise. So Michal had a solid yawn. I don't know, maybe he slept badly, maybe he is bored, maybe he's playing mind games with his opponent, but it was a very long yawn. Overly relaxed. Feeling confident. Chess is also about mind games. To try to send some kind of a signal to your opponent. Anyway, maybe there was no purpose for that. He's just slightly tired. So 95 is played. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this move. How is it? How is it really helping White's plan? But okay, I guess we'll see. It doesn't mean that Sarin is discarding the idea to push e4. Maybe he plays knight e5 first and then he's going to play e4. I mean, I don't know this position so well. I know typical ideas, but obviously Michal has studied it more. He knows what he's doing here. All right, let's check another game here. And we have another leader. It is... Who was it? Just a second. Gata Kamsky as well, so let's check that game as well. And Gata is playing against... Yeah, so I'm going to leave the small board open so that you can follow Nikhal's game. And Gata Kamsky is playing against Kirill Alexeyenko. There we go. So this is the position, some kind of English Botvinnik setup. Let's check how did it start. It seems to be English. No, it's G3. Yeah, but now it's English. Knight C3, D4. Yeah, this is what we call the Botvinnik setup. Bishop E6. You know, I'm not sure what to make of Black's setup because White's position is very straightforward. So White usually plays D3, E4, Knight G2, Bishop E3, short castle, and something like a 4. So Alexeyenko played H5. I mean, I understand it because G3, Bishop G2, Knight E2 usually is inviting to push aggressively at the king side. So for example, H4 again is a huge responsible move because after Knight G4, it's not really so easy to get rid of this knight because F3 weakens a lot of squares. And that's why, again, Kamsky responded with H3 with intentions to meet H4 with G4. Knight H7, that's... I guess the idea is to push H4 and then Knight G5. I don't know. And now he didn't do it. And judging how quickly Alexeyenko played it, he should know the setup. I don't think he discovered this over the board. This H5, Knight H7, Knight E4, C6. This is something he's definitely studied. Maybe not exactly in this particular position, but you just don't improvise such moves over the board and still have... Oh, wait. Sorry, the clocks are not showing. and still have 10 minutes on the clock. So Alexeyenko, he was one of the participants of the FIDE Candidates tournament. And what does it mean? It's not only just one tournament. It means you are seriously preparing and you have these amazing training camps. You hire coaches, people are working for you. You're studying openings, middle games, end games, tactics, etc. And even if in the candidates tournament you didn't show all of this knowledge, it remains. So this was a huge boost for Alexeyenko's growth as a player. So he played in this candidate tournament, okay, whatever. He didn't maybe play as successfully as he was wishing for. At least he played decently the first half. But this knowledge, this input work in preparation for the candidates tournament, it's going to show. I mean, maybe he didn't use all of the knowledge in the candidates tournament. There was no such opportunity because it wasn't only him preparing, it was the entire opposition. But sooner or later, he's going to find good use to all of that input work. So there's not a big surprise that he won the Chess 960 tournament yesterday. It shows his hard work, the results, and also here, I think we could expect big things from Kirill. Although he lost the second game against Sarin pretty much without a fight. Rook E8. I think Black is quite happy with the position. F takes on E5. What to make of this? Now the question is Alexeyenko gonna take on E2 first or capture on E5 right away? Oh, okay, he takes right away. D takes. I slightly don't understand Kamsky's idea. So he takes on f5 and creates hanging pawns. I think I see his idea. His idea is wait for g takes and take with the bishop. I think so. Takes, and he has managed to establish a weakness on f4. And this is Alexeyenko is seeing this right now. I think he's evaluating the consequences. Takes. Not sure where you position the knight. I guess knight a4, maybe knight c5 threat, knight a4, and this is a weakness. There's some weaknesses here. So the question is, what do you do here? Do you take with a pawn? You take with a knight. And he takes with the knight because he valued this position to be slightly dangerous. Now, black has an isolated pawn on e5. But you know, if we go back to this moment, after f takes on e5, I was wondering, can you play knight takes on e2? Maybe it's not a good idea. Knight e2. I guess it's not. Queen e2, d takes, and take on f5. And black cannot recapture the pawn on f5 because queen takes on h5. This pawn on h5 is simply lost. So that's an amazing idea by Kamsky. I guess, again, he was familiar with the idea. Very typical. F takes, d takes, create some passed pawns. Not passed, but some hanging pawns. Some targets. Knight f5 is played, and right now Kamsky is thinking. I think so. Oh wait, he already played knight e4. Threatened to play knight c5, threatened to play knight g5. While black does have this weakness on e5, so does white on d3. So I guess the position is about balanced. About balanced, nothing has decided after the opening. Both players have about equal chances. So let's just switch to another game. Let's check the game of... Oh, we have another Dutch defense. Noah Studer against Maxime Lagarde. I guess Lagarde is going to play Dutch defense whenever given opportunity. I think this is one of the... This is still a theoretical position, at least I recognize it. So that's the Dutch Leningrad system. Knight c3, knight c6. Yeah, this is sort of slightly dubious. To my knowledge, not really a great line, but again, when you're playing a rapid game, it might be not so easy for white to remember all of the nuances. So knight e5, d takes, queen b3. This is theory. Yeah, this is theory as far as I remember. King h8. All of this is played. Rook d1, g5. So black's idea is very simple. Try to mate. I mean, I don't know, f4, maybe queen e8, queen h5, knight g4. And I think I already mentioned this before. In classical game, it's maybe not a great idea because you have a lot of time to understand all of the nuances of the position, and you can find the most precise way to collect material and then take care of your king. In Blitz and Rapid, different rules apply because you are more concerned about the safety of your king. Thus, more and more people are trying to get some kind of a temporary initiative. And this is exactly what Lagarde is doing. So he is pretty much sacrificing the entire queen side, ignoring what's happening there, and he's just gonna checkmate white at the king side. So exactly this is what happened. E4, queen h5, and e5. Well, from afar, this looks scary. This looks super scary for white. Because white needs to understand what he's going to do about some f4 and knight g4 ideas. Now, I have an engine. I don't see the variations of the engine. The engine says white is almost strategically winning. Is this obvious? Is this obvious to you at all? No, it's not obvious, because what is obvious that black is about to play knight g4 at some moment. So for example, let's say if white is not careful, plays something like, I don't know, let's say the first line of the engine is knight b5. to go after the pawn on c7. You need to understand what is happening, let's say, after f4. There's bishop h3, there's knight g4. You can take it. And now you need to calculate what happens after bishop h3. Knight a8 and knight g4. And understand that this is not a mate. So this is just one of the lines. I mean, when you're sitting in a rapid game, your clock is ticking. Not a very obvious choice, right? So yeah, knight b5 is the cool move you would make in a classical game. But in rapid and blitz, you're trying to keep things under the control as much as you can. And it's not so simple. Not so simple. So knight b5 definitely sees this move. But he's absolutely not sure. He's not sure what is happening. I'm not as well. I'm not as well. And he plays it. He plays knight b5. He's going to test it because his idea is that there's nothing else better for me anyway. So whatever. I mean, I understand that my opponent has this big attack at the king's side, but what choice do I have? Right? I have to do this. So I think f4 is going to be played. Wait, where's the move? Lagarde is still thinking. He's still thinking about his choices. I mean, maybe he's thinking about knight g4, h3, and knight f2. Can we try to check this line? I mean, knight g4, h3, and try to sacrifice something. Takes, and f4. Now, how scary is this line to you? I'm not sure if there's even anything, but g4? Yeah, probably there's nothing. Black is missing pieces to checkmate. I mean, check on h4 is nothing. Takes. Yeah, there's nothing. There cannot be anything. Some rook h1 even. Or maybe, okay, not rook h1. Queen h3. Yeah, queen h3 looks a nice idea. Okay, let me again. And he didn't, yeah, he played a 4 and bishop b4. I guess Studer's idea is to trade away this terrible knight on f6. He wants to play something like bishop e7. Bishop g4. Oh my goodness. I don't think Studer expected this, because he was only expecting some moves like rook goes away, then he's gonna play knight takes on c7, maybe bishop e7. And when you meet a move like bishop g4, not a good feeling. Not a good feeling, because this is something you didn't calculate. Let me very quickly check the game against Mikhail Sarin on the small screen. As you can see, it's about equal. There's not much happening. Gatakamsky against, maybe I'm going to switch on the small screen. That's on the small screen. Gatakamsky is playing with white against Kirill Alexeyenko. The position again looks quite equalish. There's not much happening. And while we're following this very exciting game of Studer against Lagarde, I'm going to very quickly check what is happening in the game between Vincent Kiemer against Boris Gelfand. Looks to be about equal endgame as well. So this is the game on the small screen as well. Kiemer is playing with white. Boris Gelfand is playing with black. So black has two bishops. The bishop on g7 is closed. Yeah, it looks about equal. There's not much to... Oh, whoa. What is happening here? There's some sacrifices. So bishop g4, f3 was played by Studer. He was definitely concerned about his king's safety. And there's a sacrifice. Oh, wait, it's not even a sacrifice, is it? Yeah, because white didn't take on g4. And now the white king is exposed, and check this move e4. Oh my goodness. It's not the best feeling for white, because black is charging forward everything he has got. So for example, takes, knight takes on g4, that's simply a mate, because the king cannot escape. The rook is standing on f8. So apparently, after bishop g4, do you know what is the top choice of the engine? Knight c7. I mean, it's very difficult to pick this up. For example, bishop takes an e2 and just ignore everything what that is happening. Just take the rook on a8. There's no mate. But you don't have this knowledge during the game. For example, you need to understand, for example, f3. f3, let's say bishop takes, just collect everything. Maybe f takes, knight g4. Yeah, I guess there's nothing. But from afar, it looks scary. Just a second again, let me reload the board. And now Studer is thinking very hard, because I don't think he wants to take on f8 anymore, because bishop f8 allows black to play with the bishop. And now this bishop is quite active here. I guess. I don't know, really. Or maybe after bishop f8, black can simply take the rook. Yeah, I guess so. And the attack still continues. So from a practical point of view, I think this was a great choice by Lagarde. This is something, probably he wouldn't play this line in the classical game, but maybe I'm just mistaken. I know that Lagarde is a big fan of the Dutch defense. He likes to play sharp games. Crazy attacker. So the more crazy position, the better. So I definitely approve of that. What is happening in other games is that Kiemer's game against Gelfand looks to be totally equalish. You can see it on the live screen. There's at least bishop g7. The knight is going to be traded on e5, rook b3, rook a7. That's a dead draw rook endgame. Maybe Gelfand is actually looking for something more, because he has better clock. And he plays rook takes on b3. Does that mean he's playing it for the win? Probably. Let me check other games. Alexienko with black against Gatakamsky looks still equalish in game. And Sarin against Pichot looks very equalish. So there's not much really going on, and this is the central game. Maybe not in terms of the tournament standings, but the excitement definitely is here. So he played rook f1. Rook f1 defending the pawn on f3. But now black is clearly attacking here. He can probably just take it. Let's say, do you even need to take it? It's not very clear. Let's say takes, and knight g4. Now this looks very human to me. So the rook attacks the queen, and queen g2, you need to understand some knight e3 threats, queen e2, some rook e8 threats. Yeah, this looks super dangerous. And he takes it. I think he's gonna go for this. And again, Noel is down at the last minute. So he already started 0 out of 2, exactly the same scenario as in Chess 960. It's just so difficult to play against these guys. Gelfand is seeking some chances against the young Vincent Kiemer, but yeah, I don't think there's anything. And by the way, I think it's also quite important to note that they also are training for the public. It's not like they're only thinking about the overall result. They're trying to play exciting chess here, so that for you, the viewers, it's interesting to follow it. And in the meantime, my dear chat says that Nikhil has made a draw. Yeah, it appears to be correct. It appears to be correct. Yeah, and this position was agreed to draw. Indeed, black is super solid, so the opening variation didn't cause black any trouble, and the Argentinian grandmaster confidently held a position to draw. And that's actually the first draw in the tournament. So exactly as I predicted, e takes on f3 was played, knight g4 was played, and except the queen g2, queen h1 was played. There's a rook trade. Wait, isn't the white losing a piece here after rook b8? Can I try to do this? Trade, rook b8. How do you defend the piece here? Rook f5, maybe a6. I don't know. Not very obvious. And I think Lagarde is gonna go for this. Wait, there's some moves missing. He should have played queen h1, king h1 automatically, rook b8, and this is the position. There is an amazing resource apparently for black. I mean for white. White can play bishop c3. After rook takes on b5, give a check on f8. You cannot take it, there's a pin. And after king h7, play rook f7 and win back the piece. Knight e5, rook c7, and white is sort of holding. But I mean, how realistic is this to pick up this chance? I mean, not very obvious. Yeah, so I think... Wait, how much time does Noah have here? Because his clock is seemingly expired. He plays a bishop c3. Okay, this is going to be fun. He picked up this amazing resource. Rook takes on b5. Played. Rook f8 check. Rook f7. This is exactly the line I was proposing to you, but I don't know what to make of this position. Crazy. Yeah, the moves are a little bit lagging. There's already a couple of moves. I think knight e5, rook takes on c7 already were played. Oh, wait. It's just not my board for some reason. Again, not updating. For some reason, this happens. So we missed these moves. Check, check, here, here, takes, here, here. King g6. So this is the position. Who is playing for the win here? Maybe I'm going to put you on the small board, the game of Gata Kamsky against Alexeyenko, and Kamsky is winning. Kamsky, he has 2 extra pawns. So this tournament is turning out to be a nightmare for Alexeyenko. So he has at the moment just 1 point out of 2, or by rapid counts, 2 points out of 4, 50%. He is about to lose. And this game is going to finish with a draw. What did we miss here? Rook c1, king goes away, take on e5, rook takes on b2, and this game is a draw. It should be a draw. King f3, bishop e5, rook e5, rook takes on b2, shake hands. I don't see either of the sides playing this for the win. Yeah, rook e6, okay, that's a draw offer. Rook e6, king h5 is nice, you cannot do that. King f5, shake hands. Yeah, you just have to make a draw here. Yeah, king f5, shake hands. Rook h6, rook a2, and that's it. Or maybe Noel is still gonna try to play this for the win. Rook a6, but I don't think he's gonna do it. Yeah, this is draw. No, Lagarde is gonna play. Do you see this? I mean, Noel is smiling here. Why are you playing this? I know this is a draw. I can even give up the pawn on g4 and easily make a draw. You could see a smile in Noel's face. You usually don't do this. I mean, you just agree to a draw, but Lagarde is gonna try to play this out. A true fighter. But of course, this is an easy draw. Just make whatever move you want. Just play rook b4, whatever, trade the rooks. Even a pawn endgame's easy draw. As long as you know the opposition rule. Okay, this game is finished. Maybe very quickly, let's switch over to Alexeyenko's game. Here we go. And oh my goodness, so many pawns. Wait, what happened here? D6, knight a6, d7. Oh wow, wow, that's nice. That's nice. That's it. Alexeyenko is done. The pawns are advancing. King c7, knight a6, king e4, king g5, resign. Yes, and he resigns. What a game by Gatakamsky. Quite incredible. Quite incredible. So I'm going to put on the small screen the only remaining game of Boris Gelfand. And he is still pushing this. So, okay, I'm going to change the cam, maybe. Let me just find it. So Kimmer experiencing some problems. Because it was supposed to be a draw. Very quickly, let me check what happened in Kamsky's game. So there was about an equal endgame about here. And somehow White's pieces started to dominate the board. Yeah, knight e5, knight c6, knight b4, knight c5, knight a6. That's it. In something like 5 moves, Kamsky collected 2 pawns and was able to convert this. So this seems to be an equal position, but Kamsky's tricky knights did the job. So let's switch back to the main game. Still, is it a draw? So we left it. I was thinking this is an easy draw around here. I thought, how do you play this position for the win? Because bishop e5, f takes, the rook endgame is going to be easy draw. And instead, White started to experience some issues. But I mean, still, White should be able to hold this. And somehow, White started to have some problems, and he lost the pawn on h4. This is how his problems started. The pawn on h4 is lost. And that's why we get this position. Boom, 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 boom. Fast forward. And the question is, can White hold this? I have a feeling that there's a bigger chance that Black is going to win this than White is going to draw. Rook e2. How do you protect the pawn on g2? Knight b4. Rook g2, I guess. Rook d3 check. Bishop e3. Yep. Knight e5. Bishop d2. I guess. Or maybe bishop g5. Okay. And still the pawn on g2 is taboo because of rook g2, rook d3 check. Rook e3. I mean, this position you can play forever. As long as Black avoids the rook trade, because White is seeking ways to trade the rooks, because that position does look kind of equalish. Although I'm not 100% sure. Maybe there's a way to lose this. Yeah, by the way, can you trade the rooks? Yeah, Gelfand also is not sure. Knight b5, rook e5, h4. So his idea is to play h3, g takes, and g3. How do you stop this idea? And that's it, right? Bishop f4. I think you could have played h3 already. So obviously the players are in huge time trouble, but I have a feeling this h3, g takes, g3 already was winning for Black. Rook b4. Vincent is very resourceful. Bishop g3, can you play it? And he trades the rooks. Oh my goodness, can you win this now? I don't think Gelfand wanted to do this in this position. Now, is this position even winning? King h2, bishop g5. White might be some kind of a Zugzwang here. King h1, g3, and knight h4 is a Zugzwang. You could, not a Zugzwang, but a stalemate. You could have played g3. Oh my goodness. How do you win this? So that's why he played king e2 in order to play g3 at some moment. Oh wow, what a miss by Gelfand, because I thought he already did everything. And he knows it. I think he suspects it. Now white can play even knight h6 at some moment. Force g3. Yeah, knight h6, right? It's an easy move. There's no easier move than knight h3 here. Knight h6, I apologize, not knight h3. Why does he play knight? What? No, this didn't happen, right? Wait. This didn't happen, definitely. Wait, what? I don't follow what happened here. Did Vincent thought it's a draw? Oh my goodness. No. My chat is saying that. My chat is saying that. Wait. No, Gelfand won. Black is winning. Black is winning. So, but Vincent. Oh my goodness, he sacrificed this piece. Why do you do this? Did he think this is a draw? Knight h4, bishop h4. This is not a draw. Maybe he mixed up something. Thought that this is holding position, but this is just a Zugzwang after g3, king g3. There's no draw idea. But this was still an easy draw. I mean, around here, he had a number of... wait, I think we had the wrong transmission. Yeah, we had the wrong transmission. King h2, bishop g5, king h1, bishop here, king h2 here, and here. Oh wow, now check out this move that Vincent had here. Now you're gonna love this. Knight g3 check. I know that is a draw, because h takes, king g1, king h1. Now that is a draw indeed. So he had the correct idea. But even, I think, yeah, knight g3 is the only move to draw this. Wow. Wow, that is incredible. But even this position, I had a feeling that it should be somehow holding, but of course in time scramble, it's very, very difficult. Very difficult to come up with the correct idea. Because black is threatening with h3, g takes, g3, g2 idea all the time. So Gelfand cut off the knight, then went after it, and knight g3 was the only move. Oh wow. Oh wow. So he missed it. He played knight takes on h4, and incredible game. I mean, what can I say? So what does it mean for the standings or the results? Let's check the results maybe of this round. Oh wait. So that's all results of the previous round. So Saran Nikal plays a draw against Alain Pichot. Also a draw between Maxime Lagarde and Noel Stoddard. We left this game. Yeah, so we left this game. Lagarde was still pushing for the win, but there was nothing happening really. Agata Kamsky beat Kirill Alexeyenko. In terms of the normal points, he's only 1 point out of 3. The winner of the Chess 960 tournament is struggling really in this rapid tournament. I didn't expect this. And Kiemer had a very exciting game against Gelfand. He was having this drawn endgame. Gelfand kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and at some moment he already had a winning position, and Kiemer was fighting back, almost made it, but this incredible knight g3 v-source, I mean, this would have been something. This would have been something. He had Winston found it, but he did not find it, and Gelfand scored a win. So let's check the standings. So this was after the second round. Now the standings after the round 3 is Gatakamsky is still 100%. 3 points out of 3 in the rapid section. This means 6 points. Nikol Sarin is 5 points, 2 points, 1 draw. The same applies for Alain Pechot. That was a leader game. Lagarde is sitting at 3 points. Alexienko, quite surprisingly, on the second half of the table with 2 points. The same applies for Boris Gelfand. Noah Studer has made half a point out of 3 rounds, and Winston Kiemer, unfortunately, sits at 0 points. What does it mean for the standings? Not the standings, but the pairings of the next round. Let me check it very quickly. So these are the results of the third round. And now in the fourth round, we are going to see Sarin Nikol is going to play against Noah Studer. Alain Pechot is going to play against Winston Kiemer. Boris Gelfand meets Gatakamsky, and Kirill Alexienko is playing against Maxime Lagarde. So the leader, Gatakamsky, this is definitely a game we are going to follow. Yeah, so the round starts in 2 minutes. There's no rest. These players, they're just playing one game after another, one game after another. There's no really any rest. Very, very exciting and long games. And also, Nikol's game against Noah Studer is something we need to watch out. I mean, every single game is so exciting that I'm just afraid to miss some action here because so much is happening here. All right, let me see if I can find the games. So I guess we'll start with Kamsky's game. And oh, just a second. So we're gonna start in a moment. As you can see, the cameras today are working much better. I apologize about yesterday. I mean, the start of the tournament is always very difficult, but the organizers of Biel Chess Festival are doing a fantastic job to make it an exciting experience, not only for the players, but the viewers as well. And here we go. The round is starting. D4, knight f6, and Kamsky doesn't play the Dutch defense. No, that's a surprise. Maybe out of respect for his very experienced colleague, Kamsky plays something solid. Queen's Indian. Okay, this I can relate to, because I'm a Queen's Indian player myself as well. Now the question is, what do you play? Bishop b7, bishop a6, or bishop b4? Kamsky is choosing. What would be the right approach? Bishop b4. Now this is what I approve. I play this continuation quite a lot of times myself. Bishop d2, key takes it. I was expecting a5, okay. There's a question in the chat. What's the time control? Yeah, I'm monitoring the chat. I apologize if I don't have time to answer every single comment. I'm seeing what you're writing, every single comment. I'm seeing. I just don't have the time to interact with you. But you can ask me some questions. I'll try to find the time to answer them. Yeah, the time control indeed is 15 minutes plus 5. For Winston Kiemer, yeah, it's difficult. It's a difficult tournament, although I wouldn't really say it's a nightmare. I mean, okay, rapid section is a bad result for him, but in chess 960 he finished on, I think it was 50%. It's not so bad, really. So, Yeah, everything can happen here. So Kamsky is going to play something solid. Maybe against Gelfand. Yeah, he's thinking that the Dutch defense landing and variation would be too much. I mean, he is the leader of the tournament, right? At some point, you do want to play a little more solid chess. So in total, there are 7 rounds. The players have played 3 games. What I find quite amazing, there's no dinner break, no nothing. They're just playing straight. 7 games. True warriors. I remember the format of the World Cup. For example, it's not the World Cup. I think it's the World Championship in Rapids. So they play for 5 games. 5 games, there's a break. They play 5 games the next day. There's a break. They play 5 games the next day. Here they play 7 games a day. So it's really tough. It's really tough. D5 is a very typical idea. Now White wants to play knight e4. For example, this is not a pawn sacrifice. E takes on e5 is possible, but not knight e4. Maybe knight h4. I'm not sure what is better. Knight h4. Now this pin is alive. D takes on c4 obviously is impossible, and if black tries to keep the pawn by playing c6, c takes, knight e5. I guess you can even play something like takes. I don't know, knight c3, and black is not really enjoying this double structure. Probably there's something better. It's just an idea. Kamsky is trying to remember something. D5 is again, very logical move. Otherwise, White is not really fighting for any advantage here. I guess you have to play, I don't know, do you have to play e5? Because e5 is a very responsible move. For example, something like knight c3, short castle, e4, knight c5, knight e1, a5, knight e3. Now, this is a very typical plan for black. But White is enjoying some space advantage. Maybe he can play f3, b3, I don't know, rook b1, a3, b4, trade the knight, push c5. And the question is, where exactly is black going to play? Is it going to be f6, g6, f5? So that's a big decision for Kamsky. So again, an experienced player takes his time when he has crossroads. So he sees there's door number 1. I can play some kind of a king's in position. There's door number 2. I can keep the pawn on e6 and see what happens then. Because White is going to play knight e4 anyway next. Maybe there's door number 3. Maybe I take the pawn on d5. Maybe some kind of a Benoni position. Let's say takes here. And something like... Yeah, but I guess it's dubious. c5. With the idea that after c takes short castle, we have some kind of a Benoni, but White can even play knight c3 and recapture the piece, leaving this as a weakness. So Kamsky decided to play e5. Yeah, door number 1, I guess. I think White's idea is quite straightforward. e4, knight e1, knight e3, or maybe e4, knight h4. Let's check the next move of Boris and then switch to the next game of Nikal Sarin. Yeah, there's some excitement already brewing. Maybe I'm gonna already switch to the small screen. And Gelfand is thinking. Maybe he also has the same choices. He's thinking, e4, knight c5, what do? Am I going to play knight h4? Am I going to play knight e1? He sees all of these moves. He's just trying to understand what I'm in the mood to do today. How does it feel today? Because one day you might play e4, another day you might play knight h4, another day you might play knight e1. There's a question if this is a live game. Of course, this is live. Why shouldn't it be live? This is not a recording. This is not a recording. This is live chess from Biel Chess Festival. The main tournament, a Grandmaster Triathlon, is ongoing, and this is the first event of the Grandmaster tournament, Rapid Chess. They're playing round-robin tournament of 7 rounds. This is round 4. Gata Kamsky is the leader, 3 out of 3, or in terms of the Rapid score, 6 points out of 6. Boris Gelfand, I didn't check it. He is, let me check it. He is only having 1 point out of 3. Not really a great start for Israeli legend, but he's definitely gonna show his strength. So this might be a great moment to strike back. Just as I was about to suggest that maybe the cam is freezing, Gelfand started to move. Okay. So the cam is not freezing. Agata has Beth Harmon's approach, checking the ceiling. Maybe he sees some pieces there. I'm not sure if he sees anything there. Maybe he does. As you know, obviously, I'm referring to Beth Harmon from The Queen's Gambit, this very famous Netflix TV series where the main hero is a girl, Beth Harmon, who plays this amazing chess. And in the final episode against the world champion, she's staring at the ceiling and imagining the position. So I just made this reference. Gata was staring at the ceiling and seeing if what is happening there. So I don't know what he was doing there, but maybe imagining something. You know, I have never done this. I've never looked at the ceiling. I know this joke about Hikaru Nakamura that he has stockfish installed in the ceiling, so that's why he's looking up, but probably he doesn't. He doesn't, yeah. I already see a comment also to Nakamura, but it's just, you know, these professionals, they have the positions embedded in their minds. So sometimes it's a good idea just to take the look elsewhere. You're taking that position with you. So for example, let's say if I'm looking left and right, I'm looking to the ceiling. I mean, that's of course TV series. Beth sees some pieces in the ceiling, but you're just taking the position elsewhere where you don't have distraction. So for example, you can blankly stare at somebody. For example, I'm looking like at the person, but I'm not seeing him. I'm calculating the position in my mind. So that's a known tactic. All right. So e4, a5 is played. Now the question is, where's Boris going to play with the knight? I guess knight e1 or knight h4. Knight e1 is played. Okay, let's switch to another game. Otherwise, I'm predicting every single move in this game. So Michael Sarin's game. Here we go. Oh, was it b3? I have a feeling it was b3. And it is b3. Sarin says a big hello to his countryman, Adiban Bhaskaran, who wrote his chessable course for b3. A lot of Indians started to play b3 the first move. I have no knowledge really if Nikhil was playing b3 before, but yeah, it's quite a popular course. By the way, I want to mention my own chessable course about reversed English c4 e5 is released tomorrow. So that's going to be quite a huge event. So make sure not to miss that. So I'm quite proud of the input work. Advertisement is finished. All right, so he played b3. And again, bishop f5 as Alexienko played against Sarin. g3, exactly the same approach. Exactly the same. Nothing has changed. Wait, is it exactly the same? I think we're seeing a difference. Alexienko played c5 right away, if I remember correctly, in the first round game where Sarin scored a victory. Now, Studer played a4 right away. a4, b4, c5. Takes, 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 and d4. So I believe this is the current position. I guess White wants to play c4 next. d4, c4, maybe d5, open this bishop on b2, and then try to deliver a checkmate. So let me show you maybe some ideas. Let's say the bishop goes away. Where do you put it? Let's say, I don't know, bishop e7. Bishop e7, c4. Oh, wait, the pawn on b7 is also under attack. I didn't see this. But my idea was, let's say something like knight b6. Of course, I can snatch the pawn for free, but I was thinking something like d5 takes and queen g4. But probably it's just a ridiculous idea because black has access to bishop f6. But the same idea might work actually if black would play something like bishop b6, keeping tabs on the pawn on d4, because now after c4, let's say I just need to find a moment when my idea works. I'm not sure when. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't work. It's just a ridiculous idea. Just take the pawn on b7, c5, bishop b7, just take it. And that's why Noel is right now thinking about his opportunities here. Yeah, how do you protect the pawn on b7? c4, knight goes away, bishop takes on b7. Not very easy. Maybe let's switch to the game between Kirill Alexienko against Maxime Lagarde. I'm gonna keep this small board open so that the Indian fans can follow how their countryman is playing. So the small board remains. Sarin is white and Studer is black. Let me just switch the can maybe. So let me find Alexienko. Alexienko needs a win desperately because he's doing badly at the start. 1 point out of 3. There's a remark in the chat. What about Studer fans? You know, I cannot make everybody happy. I'm just trying to make most of you happy. So of course, we are watching. We are also thinking about Swiss fans as well, right? Anyway, so we have this position, and Alexienko sacrificed the pawn. How did this happen? All right, we have a French defense. There you go. The pawn goes away on d4. That's not a blunder. That's not a blunder. It's a very typical pawn sacrifice. White is gaining a lot of time for development. And even the pawn on e5 is sacrificed. For example, queen e5. I guess rook e1. I think this is still theory. So knight e5 is incoming. So something like queen d6, knight b5. What do you do here? I mean, very difficult to play. I don't know, queen b8 something? Queen b8, queen f3, bishop f4. And the question is, how exactly is black enjoying this extra pawn? Yeah, so that's why black decided not to take the pawn. The second pawn on e5. He played a6, making sure that knight b5 doesn't happen. Here. Here. a3, I don't understand really. Is white really comfortable losing time like that? Okay, so we have this position. We have this position where Alexienko is still down a pawn. He's not about to checkmate anytime soon, but he has a very nice control of the dark square. So one of the typical ideas for black would be play something like knight e2, knight e4, get the knight to d4. maybe bother the black king as soon as it makes short castle with h5, queen g5, and do something here. I don't know. Something here. Oh, my clocks are still missing. Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah, so none of the players is in time trouble. I think if I'm sitting here with black, I'm thinking about should I play h5, but h5 is a very responsible move because if black plays h5, this means every single endgame could be dangerous because of this bishop, and it doesn't matter do you have this extra pawn. So I'm not so sure about this h5. So probably he's evaluating how dangerous is this h5. Should I play h5? Should I play h6? Where should I position my king? Maybe I should try to trade off the light square bishops. Maybe I should try to play something like, I don't know, bishop b. Okay, bishop b5 probably is a ridiculous idea. Or maybe should I play king f8, king g7? What should I do with the king? Maybe should I play some quiet moves, something like queen c7? There's so many moves, so many thoughts. I don't think, by the way, Lagarde is gonna play h5. This is just not a positional move. Yeah, it's quite amazing where modern chess is taking us. Because more and more people are, I mean, the players, they're sacrificing a pawn just for some long-term compensation. So this has become the new standard. So obviously the idea in the French defense, advanced variation, the sacrifice of pawn in e5 is known, but not only this line, in many other lines, it's the new trend. Nobody cares about the pawns. Nobody cares. Everybody is seeking excuse to sacrifice a pawn as quickly as possible so that they can get a long-term initiative and some kind of a pressure. And this is really a nice strategy in accelerated time controls. Is he going to play h5? No, I don't think he's going to do it. So he plays rook c7. You know, rook c7 is not a move which jumps to your attention immediately, so Alexienko definitely didn't expect this. He was looking at something more direct like h5 or short castle. Rook c7 just doesn't jump to your attention. So black's idea is to play bishop c6. He didn't play bishop c6 right away because after b4, his rook on c5 is lost. It has nowhere to go, right? Nowhere to go. He's simply losing an exchange. So that's why he plays rook c7 with the idea of play bishop c6 and maybe d4. Or maybe Alexienko did expect it because he played h5 very quickly. Bishop c6, I guess. Nothing changes from black's perspective. So obviously black doesn't want to play d4 right away. d4, knight e4. Now this is a huge trouble. So definitely he needs the bishop on c6. So I guess he's just double checking. All right, while they're still playing this, I think I'll use this opportunity to switch to another game so that we are covering every single game. Alain Pichot is playing against Winston Kiemer. There we go. And what happened here is we have a Caro-Kann. Oh, yeah, this is quite a fashionable line. Smart choice by Pichot because this leads to an endgame. So Pichot is relying on his endgame skills. And since there's this joke, it's sort of a joke, but it's a saying, right? Go with the youngsters to the endgames. Not sure if Kiemer qualifies for that because he's long playing, not in the youngster level. He is already playing at the serious professional level. But there's the saying, at least there was the saying in the Soviet chess school, that take the youngsters to the endgame. Why is that? Because they don't really have a lot of knowledge in the endgames. But of course, I don't think it applies to Vincent, one of the rising superstars in German chess. So that's, I think, is a smart choice from White anyway. So they have this position. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of this. Can't really classify this as an endgame. It's still a middle game. I like White's position. So the rooks are very active. This rook a6 doesn't do anything for black, and there's some serious pressure against the pawn on b7. Maybe even some ideas like knight c4, knight b6, traded, and win the pawn on b7. So if Winston did something wrong, it probably was before. So knight f6, knight c3. There's so many ways black can play this. He can play e5, he can play g6. I mean, I don't really know what is better. Bishop d3 cannot be really dangerous. b4 takes. a5 apparently is not a great move, but it's not very obvious. Because opening the queen side apparently favors White. There's a question in the chat. What is Chessable? Chessable is one of the leading sites for online courses. Probably I cannot advertise them. I just want to mention that my course is released tomorrow. So it's not available yet. It should be available tomorrow. So I can't wait that somebody is going to play the lines which I've analyzed. So looking forward to that. c5. Wait, is this a sacrifice? So knight x on c5, probably you can do it, right? Rook c6. Now there is some problems. d4. And e5. And the king is clearly misplaced. Wait. So we were at this position, rook b1, rook d8, knight b3. You know, I don't know what happened here, but this maneuver of Pichot was not the best one. He played rook b1, knight b3, and now the rook goes back. And he simply missed this moment of c5. So I think his body language tells it all. He's thinking, why did I go here? I mean, why didn't I include knight c5 in the first place? Because he could have done it. For example, here, he could have played, let's say, traded first, takes, and okay, maybe not trade. Let's not trade. Let's play knight c5 right away. Knight c5, attacking the rook. Something like rook a7. Now I'm gonna trade it so that black doesn't have access to rook a5. And now I can just play something like. Now can I play rook f1? Oh, it's sort of slow. Is black even threatening to play knight f2? Maybe even not. Just play a5. Because after knight f2, you can try to imprison this knight on f2 because the pawn on d3 is protected by the knight and nobody can bother this one. Yeah, I think this is a great idea, by the way. So he misplayed it. That should be quite clear. He allowed black to play h3. He allowed black to play c5. Now the knight on c5 doesn't land so easily because there's going to be rook c6 and quite a serious counterplay. Knight e5 is played, and if I see correctly, Winston is in serious time trouble, isn't he? He played knight d7, still sacrificing the pawn. Knight d7, something takes on d7, knight c5, rook c6. I guess it still works. Knight c4 is a very easy move. You keep the knight on d7. But again, Pichot is trying to be tricky. So he sees his opponent is in time trouble. So he knows his opponent is expecting knight c4. So you want to surprise your opponent as much as you can, because the typical approach of everybody who is sitting in time trouble, you are calculating the most obvious choices of your opponents. If I'm playing with black, I'm looking what is my opponent gonna do. So I expect knight c4, and if he plays something else, something like, I don't know, a5 or something else, I don't expect this, and I need to calculate this in this limited time I have. But sometimes you simply don't have a choice. Okay, let's switch back to the game of Boris Gelfand against Gata Kamsky, because this is the fight of the leaders after all. We don't want to miss it. Yeah, so I have a hard time of choosing the games to analyze, because all of them are so exciting and interesting. Yeah, but still, this is a game which is deciding the leader. And wait, what happened here? Maybe, okay, let me go back here. So we left it right after the opening around here. Knight c2? No, I think knight e3 made more sense, but okay, I mean, what do I know? Okay, knight c2. Rook e1. c6. Kamsky seeking counterplay. Now we have some kind of a Sicilian position where black has a weakness on d6. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Now this I understand. Now white should be sort of the bear. Sort of bear. Still nothing has changed. Knight b5. And he missed f5, I have a feeling. Takes and takes on f3, and suddenly the game becomes quite sharp. So this knight b5 maybe was not the best choice by white. I guess something like knight e5 first. Make sure that after f5, white can capture on f5. So the game suddenly got very sharp. And we have this position. Queen c8. Now black is threatening queen h3. Oh dear. What do you do against this threat? I have a feeling that Kamsky is going to be 4 out of 4. Knight f6 is played. Do you give a check on h3 first, or you take on f6? What do you do here if you're Kamsky? Of course you calculate. You don't gamble. So yeah, Kamsky sees he has 5 minutes on the clock. He knows this. He's very much experienced. He knows this. You can invest the time. He knows he should be probably strategically winning. He sees his opponent is in time trouble, so he can take his time. There is no bonus points for how much time do you have left on the clock. Takes, 95. Now black is clearly having the initiative here. Something like rook f3, double the rooks. That makes perfect sense. Here, and here. Winning the queen. And he plays it. Plus rook on f3 attacks the pawn on g3, just in case. So Gelfand is sacrificing the pawn on g3. He doesn't need the pawn on g3. His priority is the king's safety. And of course, Kamsky is not going to bother with the pawn on g3. He's going after the mate. Nichol's game is on the small screen. As you can see, he is having a better position. Unfortunately, I cannot show all the games. This is a leader game, so I have to show this one first. What do you play here if you're white? Takes. Queen e2. Now, do you take the pawn on g3? I guess you'll have to. If there is no direct continuation, maybe knight e4. Can you? Oh, wait, knight e4 doesn't work. I thought knight e4, queen e4, and rook f1, mate. But okay, it doesn't work. Now you spend some time. So Gata appears to be in incredible shape. So he started this tournament 3 out of 3. It's not really coincidence that he's also very close to winning this game. He played it very carefully, and he saw an opportunity and took over the game. I'm not sure if all of you know this, but Gatakamsky, he's also a streamer. He also occasionally streams on Twitch his games. He's even made some sub battles with other players, other streamers. I think he's usually streaming on leeches, but not 100% sure about this. So many players are recently streaming, including me. Okay, so he takes the pawn on g3. There might be no mate, so there's this old saying, right? If you're not sure, if you see a mate in 5, or take a rook, take the rook, right? There might be no mate. So, okay, black decided not to take the rook, but an extra pawn, but a pawn is a pawn. Maybe the mate will be found later. So black has an extra pawn. And he's seeking ways to crash through. Let me check if there's other results. In the meantime, Alexienko has lost against Maxim Lagarde. Oh, wow. I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, we're going to check the game. He lost with the white color, so Alexienko is 1 out of 4. So by the looks, he blundered the queen. He blundered the queen. I think I'm going to check it very quickly on the small board. So the position already was not great. After rook g6, he played queen takes on h5. Oh my goodness, and this blunders the queen because after rook g3 check, the queen on h5 is under attack. So there you see on the small screen, Alexienko just blundered the queen. I don't know, how do you miss this? But okay, I mean, the position already was not great. Okay, let me switch back on the small screen. Sarin's game. Knight e4 was played by Gata. Threatening with some, maybe the rook to retreat, knight g3 checks, etc. So black has an extra pawn and a strong attack going. Rook f8 check, king g7, and queen f1. Of course, he wants to trade queens. So not getting mated is the priority here. And maybe the things are not so bad, because when you trade queens, black has this weakness on b6 as well. There's a question in the chat, who is my favorite player in the tournament? You know, I haven't really thought about this. I guess somebody from the old guard. So maybe one of them is sitting here. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this. So he trades queens. Probably there's nothing there. Still, white is in huge time trouble. In the meantime, I'm checking Nikol's game against Noel. And the white is winning. Sarin has 2 extra pawns, at least he had 2 extra pawns, and now he seemingly has made a mistake. So we're gonna switch to that game. Just a second, there's some action going on, we don't want to miss it. So Sarin was very close to winning, but apparently there was some mistakes. Oh, for some reason it's not. On the small board, I'm gonna put Gelfan's game so that you can. Oh, sorry. So there you go. What is happening here? Rook b3. No, wait, what? Sarin is losing. I don't know what happened there. Nikal completely misplayed it. So this is a nightmare for him because he was having probably a winning position. Now he's simply down a piece. So, okay, let me very quickly check what happened here because he had an extra pawn, this really amazing position. So this was positioned some moves ago. Takes, a3. Now, white is having two extra pawns, so the winning move here is rook e1, a2, rook a1, and these pawns are marching forward. In time scramble, he played knight b3. He missed rook a4. Now, these pawns are under attack, and this pawn on a3 starts to really matter. So the game got very, very sharp, and now we have this position. Sarin had to give up the piece, and now this is slightly unexpected result. Because Sarin was having 5 points out of 6, or by normal terminology, 2.5 points out of 3. He was playing with white color. He was definitely looking for a way to win this game, and he didn't want to lose this game. But sometimes things happen which are completely out of your control, right? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that. And by the way, yeah, they already played in Chess 960. My dear chat reminds me is that, of course, Noel beat Sarin also in the Chess 960 tournament in the 6th round, ending his 5-loss streak. So the history is repeating itself, right? All right. So, of course, Sarin is going to play it out. In the meantime, Boris Gelfand has lost against Gatakamsky. So his position didn't hold together. And Sarin resigns. Sarin resigns. So all the games are finished. What did we miss? Yeah, there's this terrible blunder by Alexeyenko, although he already had a bad position. In the meantime, Alain Pichot has lost against Winston Kiemer. We left it a long time ago. A long time ago in Galaxy far, far away. You know, yeah, Pichot had his great position after the opening, and once he missed this c5, things started to become really not so simple. And Kiemer was in huge time trouble. Maybe this is what factored Pichot to make the mistakes which he did, and around here, yeah, Kiemer started to take over the game. The knight jumps to d4, now black is super active, and the white's position completely collapsed, so the opening position for the Argentinian Grandmaster was so great. Yeah, he had this position here, and as already mentioned, knight c5, a5 was the way to go, securing the advantage. Instead, he missed this very nice counter strike, c5, and then things got completely out of control, and this a5 in the king side, maybe it wasn't the best choice for white. So what does it mean? Let me again check the results. So the results are as follows. Sarin loses to Noel Studer. Still we have just one draw. Just one draw in 4 rounds. Quite incredible. Also, Alain Pichot lost a promising position with white color against Winston Kiemer. Boris Gelfand lost with white. Oh wait, all of the white colors lost. Unbelievable. 4 games, 4 wins for black. I just noticed this. Incredible. Gelfand loses against Gatakamsky with white, and Alexeyenko loses with white against Maxime Lagarde. Let's check the standings. So this was the standings. Oh, there we go. Gatakamsky is confidently leading the tournament after the 4 rounds. 4 points out of 4, or in the rapid section, 8 points out of 8. Maxime Lagarde has 5 points. The same applies for Sarin Nikal, who lost. And also Alain Pichot is still at 5 points. Now, quite surprising it's to see Kirill Alexeyenko having only 2 points out of 8. Boris Gelfand, also 2 points. Winston Kiemer, 2 points. And Noel Studer is sitting on... Wait, how it's... Wait, it's not right? Just a second. Noel won his game, right? Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, of course, Noel won the game, so he has 3 points. So this is the actual score. Let me check the pairings of the next round. So we have still 3 rounds to go. And wait, is this a break? There's a small break indeed. Alrighty. There's a small break of something like 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, so that means I'm also gonna take a break. So that means we are gonna be back in something like 15 minutes as well, and hope to see you soon. so we. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we are back. We are back. The break is over, and the next round is gonna start in a moment. Yeah, so I guess we are gonna start with the game of Gata Kamsky against Alain Pichot. He's the only leader of the tournament, 4 points out of 4. Let me find his camera for you. Here we go. Gata already sitting at the board. Yeah, welcome everybody. Not only the players got a break, so did I. Made a little coffee so that we can continue to have an amazing day today watching the exciting games from the Biel Grandmaster tournament. So today is the Rapid tournament. A part of the Grandmaster Triathlon tournament series in Biel. That is the main event. 8 invited Grandmasters. They're battling against each other. 4 tournaments. Yesterday they played Chess 960, which was won by the Russian GM Kirill Alexeyenko. Although there was a little bit drama in then, but okay, I guess he won it quite deservedly. And today is the first tournament of the triathlon. It's the Rapid tournament. They play 7 rounds of 15 minutes plus 5 seconds or rapid games. This is a round-robin tournament. 4 rounds have finished. 3 games are left, and the players are about to start their games. For some reason, I'm not getting them. Just a second. Okay, I think we can start it. Okay, here we go. D45, knight of 3, knight of 6, or was it knight of 3, knight of 6, then D45? Doesn't matter. And on the small screen, I have selected the game of Vincent Kiemer with white against Nicholas Arm with black, because I'm constantly reminded how is Sarin doing? How is Sarin doing? How is Sarin doing? Of course, I know that there's a lot of Indian fans who are following the Indian prodigy, so that's why I selected this small screen. Sarin is playing with black against, who was it? Vincent Kiemer. Right. All right, so three rounds to go. Gata Kamsky, as already mentioned, is a confident leader of the tournament. Yeah, while they're still playing the opening phase, let me show you the standings. Gata Kamsky has 8 points, or 4 points out of 4 in a classical sense. In Rapid tournament, it's counted twice. Every victory is 2 points. Every draw is 1 point. So that's why you see this. The points are slightly different. In classical tournament, which is going to start on Tuesday, every victory is going to count for 4 points, and every draw is going to be 1.5 points. And in the Blitz section, every victory is 1 point, and a draw is half a point, as usual. Yeah, alrighty. So we have really a sharp game here. Not sure what to make of this. Not sure what to make of this position. Let's check how did this happen. So which started as a quiet London, suddenly it's quite sharp. Knight c6, knight e2, queen b6. Black immediately tries to punish white for the chosen strategy. So d takes, queen takes on b2. Here, sacrificing the pawn on a2. I assume it's not a good idea to take it, although it's not very clear to me why. I guess this must be some theory. Queen takes on a2, maybe bishop b5, short castle, and the queen is sort of not where it belongs. So that's why black decided not to do it. I mean, not very obvious, but okay. So black is going after the pawn on c5, bishop b5, g6, short castle, bishop g7, and knight d4. You know, I'll tell you honestly, this is the first time I'm seeing this position. So I'm not sure what to make of it. But since the opponents, they played it so quickly, I can only assume it's a theory. So black took the pawn on c5. And unless the opponents are really, really concentrated, I have a feeling the camera is stuck. Just a second. I don't think it could sit for so long without moving. Okay, here you go. Yeah, it's slightly lagging. Yeah, this problem is going to be fixed. All right, so queen x on c5 was played. Maybe knight b3, something like this could be played next, not really sure. Not really sure, but I guess Kamsky is gonna find it out. Yeah, I'm checking the other games. There's not much yet action happening. So all of the players had a little break. Something like what was it, 15 or 20 minutes, almost 20 minutes break. So it's really, really difficult to play 7 rounds in a row, and also they can be tired. They already played 4 games, 50 plus 5. The distance is long. But luckily for all the players, they have a free day tomorrow, so they can relax, they can gather their strengths, watching the beautiful, take an excursion in the beautiful city of Biel, and come back rested for the classical tournament. Knight b3 is played by Kamsky, attacking the queen. So obviously the queen has to go to b6. I cannot imagine anything else for black. Is there a choice? Oh, wait, there's queen a3 as well. But no, wait, queen a3 is ridiculous, right? Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure what he is really thinking here, because queen b6 appears to be the only move here. In the meantime, every other position. Okay, let's just switch to another game here, because I don't think there's much happening at the moment. So maybe we can switch to Saren's game against Winston Kiemer. Just let's quickly have a peek what is happening here. So Saren just lost a game with white quite painfully against Noah Studer with the white color. He was having a winning position, so he pretty much blew it. But it was a mutual time scramble, so yeah, these things happen. And now he played something sharp. He's looking for a big fight. So he plays some sort of a King's Indian. I think it's technically modern defense. The bishop goes back, knight f6. White is enjoying a very solid space advantage. f3 is a very nice move. Not to allow any knight g4 ideas. And here, Mikhail is thinking, yeah, how should I play here? How should I try to get a sharp game? Because I can't imagine black being very happy with the position, because when you are playing King's Indian, you are looking for a big fight, and this looks like just a solid space advantage for white. So that's why Mikhail right now is pondering about his choices. All right, let's check also Noah Studer against Kirill Alexeyenko. There you go. Oh, now this looks something interesting. d4, d takes, queen's gambit accepted, okay. a6, e3, and bishop g4. So of course, black is not obliged to defend the pawn on c4, but something like b5 allows white to play a4, b3, and I have a feeling that this pawn on c4 is not going to hold for long. So all of this is already known. Bishop g4, e6, black finishes his development and tries to have an active game. So we have this position, rook e1, bishop d6, bishop goes, g4 and e4. Oh, check this out. Now, this is very interesting. Now, white is threatening to play e5 and has some very nice pawn formation in the center. Bishop b4 was played by Alexienko. The question is, how do you protect the pawn on e4? I guess bishop g5, keeping the pin alive and using the momentum that the bishop on g6 is sort of misplaced. There's a question in chat if Vincent and Nicole, they're same age. Almost. Vincent is 16 and Nicole is 17. They're both teenagers. Yeah, not 18 yet, but already for years playing competitive chess at a very strong GM level. So I cannot really call them teenagers, but chess is becoming younger and younger with every single year, right? Just recently, what is his last name? I have a difficult to remember. The American young Mishra, right? Mishra became the youngest grandmaster in history from America. He is only 12 years old and a couple of months. So more and more players are starting to play the chess at the highest level at a younger age. Quite incredible. Right, so bishop g5 was played, I think. Yeah, indeed, it is played by... Let me double check it. Or maybe, yeah, bishop g5 is played. So let's just check also the only game which we didn't have a look at just yet, and it is Maxime Lagarde against Boris Gelfand. So that looks like a Sicilian dragon, not necessarily... It was a dragon? Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra. Yeah, thank you, dear chat. My chat reminds me. Who was it? I just couldn't remember the last name. It was a little bit difficult to spell. Mishra, I remember. Yeah. Now he is officially the youngest chess grandmaster in history of chess. So let's check the opening, what was played here. d4, knight e4, bishop g7. So that is accelerated dragon. Bishop c4, bishop b3, big theory, of course, h3. I know this, I played this myself at white. You probably remember this historical game here after bishop b3 and knight a5, right? This is probably, every chess lover knows this position. What happens after one of the Fischer's games, after e5 and knight e8 is impossible because the bishop takes on f7, rook f7 is going to be knight e6, and king f7, knight e6, king e6, queen d5, king f5, g4. So this is a known trick. So you cannot do this right away. You cannot play right away knight a5. So e5 has already been known in practice. So that's why here Maxime plays, Boris plays d6. Obviously he knows this. h3. Now knight a5 is a possibility because e5 is not a problem. b6, rook e1, bishop b7, bishop g5, knight b3, and c takes on b3. Now that is a slight surprise. I thought a takes on b3 you want to play automatically because it opens the a file, and the Frenchman goes c takes on b3. All right. And queen d2. You know, I'm not sure what to make of this position. How is white happy? Because black has the bishops and a better pawn structure. Why should black be concerned here? All right. All right, I don't think there's much happening. Maybe we can go back to this leader game of Gata Kamsky. Now that we have made a small overview of what is happening in all the games, let's go back to the leaderboard. For Sarin's fans, I'm going to keep the small board open. That is Nikal playing with black against Winston Kiemer. That is the small analysis board. So we left the game here. Knight b3. Black did play queen b6. Knight, oh wow, knight a5. Now check this out. It's impossible to take it, right? What do you do here? Knight a5, knight takes on c6. B takes. Bishop a8. Bishop. Oh wait, that's an extra exchange, right? Am I miscalculating something? And that's it. Wait, let me double check it again. Was all of this forced? So after queen c5, knight b3, queen b6, knight a5, bishop takes on c6 is a huge threat. So black doesn't have a choice. He has to take on a5. After knight takes on c6, there's so many threats. I mean, there's knight e5 discovered check. The queen is not really clear where you want to position it. Maybe something like queen b6 would be obvious choice. But even just take it. Check. You have to go away. Take. And even bishop d7 is stronger. So white not only wins the exchange, but the pawn as well. So I guess that's why black decided, okay, I have to sacrifice an exchange. So he took the knight, sacrificed an exchange, and is trying to hold this position. Bishop e5, seeking some counterplay. Queen e1, very cool move, instead of the automatic rook e1, which would allow maybe black some ideas with knight e4, knight c3. White plays queen e1 because the queen on a5 is supposed to guard the bishop on b5. So of course black decided not to trade queens. Rook b4, queen a5, go back. Bishop c7, forcing trades, and we have this position. So just like that, after the opening, Kamsky is up an extra exchange. He's not only having 4 points out of 4, the perfect score in the rapid tournament, he is looking great in this game as well. So Kamsky's on fire here. Queen a5 was played. Of course, Kamsky is going to seek ways to simplify the position. For some reason, I'm not seeing it. Let me just reload the board. Maybe we are getting slightly old feed. Okay, so this is the actual position. Yeah, I guess the video feed is slightly lagging for whatever reason. And queen takes queen b2. And the question is, can you take the pawn on a7? Can you do this? Well, let me try to do this. So it is Kamsky, the moment he took it. Now the question is, what happens after knight e4? Let's say knight e4. Can I trade the rooks? Take, knight d2. Not really following here. Rook d1 is going to be queen c2 double attack. On rook e1. And 94. How do you guard a pawn on f2? There's a question from the chat. Did Gata play in any over-the-board tournaments last year? You know, I don't know. I know he streamed a lot. So 94 is on the board. The question is, what is White going to do against this threat of 92 and 94? Make an eternal attack against the rook on f1. Did Gata misplay this? Strange. Yeah, so how do you deal with this threat? For example, let's say he positions the rook here. He doesn't trade the rooks. There's still 92. 92, rook e1, 94. Did Gata miss this? Because he didn't have to do this. He had this position after queen b2. This is what we call a risk-free position. The pawn on a7 is not going anywhere. You can take it at any given time. There's so many moves you can make here. I mean, maybe just start with something like bishop a6, 94. But again, the question is, what happens here again? 92, rook c1, and there you go. There's the difference. After 94, there is rook c2.